What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Roll4It D&D, where we're going to be playing some 5th edition D&D this week. We're back from a hiatus. PAX East just tore this family apart. It tore it apart, and nobody knew where anybody else was. But we're back now, and I brought an East Coaster with me. See, they don't mind. You can take one or two, and you just bring them back to the West Coast with you, and they don't even notice. They didn't even check me. I was at TSA, and they were like, "Who's this? I don't know. He looks like he's supposed to be here." Dale, Rick, welcome. Welcome to Roll4It. As you all know, Avic's going to be gone for a little while. Avic has some health issues that he's going to be sorting out over the next couple months. And so Dale Rick's going to be hanging out with us from here on out. So welcome. Hopefully we'll get you integrated on into the campaign and up and moving nice and early. How's everybody feeling today? Was the 2-week break worth it? Does everybody feel rested and relaxed?
It was great. I used it to grow a beard.
I would say yes, but Bentham came back with a beard. I don't know if that's like armpit hair or ass hair or leg hair. I don't know what that is, but that is not a natural beard.
I used the 2 weeks. We had extra time, so it's like I can grow a beard in this time. This is perfect.
He squeezed really hard every night. He was in there just like Lamaze breathing, just like.
The color perfectly matches too. Like not a gray on you.
Practically an accident.
Yeah,
it does keep slipping down though.
You don't have to lift it up.
That's not normal. I don't think beards do that.
It's like technically it's actually like another sentient being that he's just got attached to his face.
Trying to escape.
You know, like the Tribbles in Star Trek. He's basically convinced them to
we didn't really need Dale Rick. We didn't really need Dale Rick. We just needed a separate microphone for the beard.
Absolutely.
Bentham's beard.
The problem is the beard wanted like too high a rates. The beard was like, you need to talk to my agent. Like,
yeah, it wanted a double cut.
We can't afford that.
Greedy fucker.
Awesome. Oh, jeez.
Welcome on in, everybody. Before we get started, we always like to plug the Patreon because we know people like to support us. So, EE, that's your thing. You like doing this, don't you? Go do it. You're shinier than everybody else, and shiny people have to talk about Patreon.
I just had to remove rust from my breastplate, so I need to get some Wirewall to shiny it back up. But yeah, if you want to support us, you can go support us.
That's no good.
It's so annoying. Like, the problem with like having armor is that it's steel, so it rusts really easy. But yeah, if you want to go check us out over at patreon.com/roll4it, you can go support us over there. There's totally like some great things you can get from supporting us. For a start, the fact we actually happen as a show is like good, or I assume you think it's good since you're watching right now. Even though you're having a really boring Friday, so hopefully we can sort that. But yeah, you can also get stuff like character sheets. You can get access to like the fan Discord. You can get like after show VODs, which are really cool, or possibly we just talk about random stuff that's completely unrelated. But that's also cool sometimes. And of course, stuff like the fact we have this second show a week was entirely due to effectively the Patreon people. So thank you very much. And the fact that the Patreon can support us means that we can do this more often, continue to do this stuff like that. And also cosplay was a goal. So let's blame the beard.
It's true.
But you can
That's true. All right. Well,
you can also support us by tipping, Twitch bits, or you can subscribe if you want to do a monthly subscription on Twitch, which will allow you to get like the little icons next to your names. Have noticed that the year-long icon has appeared. So if you see the red R,
dun dun dun.
Yeah, we got the 1-year icon. We also talking about bits. Twitch has now added an animated bit system, so we're going to need 5 new animated emotes for bits. That's going to be something else we have to look into. Yeah.
Deep down, I'm starting to think there's a conspiracy between the art community and Twitch because it seems like every 2 weeks I got to pay for fucking something else to get made. I'm just like, well, now I need animations. Well, now I need new subscriber thingies. Better throw another $100 at somebody.
Well, you don't troll around colleges and just be like, come, children, I can give you work. No, it's not a thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't like hunch over like I used to be able to. My back's bad nowadays, and so when I put on my old lady cloak and I go croning through the halls of the colleges,
I've never heard that turned into a verb before, but I like it. Croning.
Yeah, I like it too. I made it up on the spot. It's like truthiness. If you use it with enough confidence, I think it'll take. Pretty soon, it'll be in a dictionary somewhere.
Awesome.
So as far as I recall,
do we need to talk about Mary Shelby? Is there going to be a service?
Who's going to be in charge of that? She's dead. It was her thing.
I assume it'd be Dax.
Oh God, it might be.
I kind of feel like it's Mormon's responsibility because he's the one that gave her the necromancy book, wasn't it?
It's my fault that she's dead. Yeah.
So you should feel really bad about it.
So,
Like,
hey, you
as a-
should look after this book about necromancy, not tell anybody. It can't possibly go wrong.
Nah, I'm
You
just fucking
really-
around. I was gonna kill her anyways. Don't worry about it.
No, don't tell him that. Don't let him off the hook. He needs to feel that character guilt. He needs to, like, take himself over the hot coals and, like, come to some sort of epiphany. That necromancy is bad. Don't do it, kids. Don't do it.
Ruined everything. So
Now
my
I gotta
fault.
put,
You've seen
like-
those, like, terrible, like, things they put at the beginning of films, like, you wouldn't steal a car. I want to have one of those
You wouldn't
necromancy,
pirate
like...
a boat. I might.
You don't know me.
Depends.
I want one of those necromancy, like, you wouldn't raise a zombie.
Well, I mean, come on. What if the zombie's used for good? Doesn't the end
Yeah.
justify the means?
Oh.
I always wanted to make a necromancer who was lawful good and was just like, but I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah, but what's
Look,
the law?
my zombies, they're building an orphanage.
What
Look,
if the
they're
law
building
is
an
necromancy's
orphanage
not
right now.
allowed, and you just play the entire game as, like, a person who's got only skills in knife?
I have actually had a campaign where there was a goodly technically he was lawful neutral, very heavy lenience good necromancer, but it was okay. It was in Eberron, and that's allowed in Eberron. Necromancy is not as evil or whatever there. But yeah, no, he was a goodly necromancer that he's like, yes, I know it's your dead husband, but that's okay because he's gonna continue what he was doing in life. He's gonna protect his family. He's gonna serve his community. He's a good man, and that's why he's able to do it after death. It's like, oh man, that's a hard sell. So funny.
I'm not sure if the desecration of a family member, even if he's protecting us, that's a tough call. That's a tough one.
I mean, it's better that dead dad takes the hit than you do, right?
No, you
That's
just kill the
true.
evil bandits, and then you raise them, and you're like, now you will do good.
Perfect.
New rules with necromancy now too, where you can make like your serfs like permanent or whatever. Like I was reading through that, where in the core book you can do something along those lines, where they don't have like the time limit anymore. If you specialize like in necromancy, you can like assemble your own little army in the background, hide them in the woods under a stump.
Oh,
But they
man.
decay, and then you, like, turn up one day, and there's just, like, flesh that's kind of sloughed off the bone, and...
Unless you have gentle repose, just so many gentle repose, mass gentle repose. It's going back to the days of like 3.5 where like you have the paladin character with like the 22 charisma that was walking around with the army of like 600 people, like, oh, my follower has followers, and so on. So it's funny, but awesome. So who's Mary? Let's find out who that is. I'm excited.
Yeah, so I think the party, as far as I recall, it's been 2 weeks, but they had managed to infiltrate their way into Woodley after a altercation with a farmer that went far, far awry. Aside from that, at the moment, I think they're sitting on the north side of town, on the side of a road next to a cart, trying to decide what they want to do next. Down the road that way, they managed to hear that there's some kind of crowd or disturbance or some kind of gathering that's going on. It's very, very loud. It sounds as though people are shouting. And down the other way is the house of a person they're looking for so that they can go investigate a mine a little bit later. And so we rejoin the party with Nasan, Dax, Adavi, and Mormond all standing around a cart. So how do you guys want to proceed?
We've decided to go to visit the dwarf, right?
Yeah, if that's still the plan.
Moment, do you want to go visit the dwarf?
It seems like a good idea while everyone's distracted.
What was his name
Mormon,
again?
where'd you get that beard, Mormon?
Yeah, Moment, your
Nasa-
beard is looking like extra luscious. Did you oil it or something?
Well, this is the beard I've always had. I don't know what you're talking about.
It must be the cabbages. I don't think he's ever had a cabbage before.
Maybe it's like cabbage oil is like really good for the beard.
Yeah, maybe.
I pick up a cabbage and I hand it to Mormond.
I'll take it. I'll take a small cabbage.
Okay, I
Small
exchange it for
cabbage.
small cabbage of good quality.
Might as well, seeing as we bought them. Well, did we steal them? One of those.
Okay, I'm gonna unhitch Oscar from the cart.
Mhm.
Because, you know, can't leave Oscar around if someone steal him.
Okay.
You're gonna bring Oscar into town. We're just
Are-
gonna bring him with us, walking through the stalls. You know, leave him in the marketplace.
Well, I can hide behind him, so I don't know about you.
What's he gonna hide behind, though? Didn't you ever think that maybe these cows are branded to the farm they're from?
Really far away? Okay, I take my disguise kit, I find the brand, and I just like put some makeup over it, like a little bit of fake hair.
So you're not allowed to know what your score is for disguise. What's
Oh.
your bonus on disguise? I'm
Okay,
gonna
let me
roll
find
it.
it for you.
It's like the person that does the disguise is not supposed to know. So what's your modifier?
6. It says here.
Okay. So you've got a +6. Let me GM roll that real fast. Okay. You apply the disguise, and stepping back, you think it looks pretty good. You've taken a little bit of mud, and you've taken kind of brushed the fur to the side, and you think you've got it more or less covered.
There we go. No
All right,
more
as long as you
now.
got him, as long as you got him on a tether, I don't think anyone's going to argue that he's yours.
I pull a bit of the strap and use it as a tether with my giant, like 6-foot-tall bull, and I'm 3 foot. Yeah, I'm totally leading this bull around the place. Like, this is gonna work.
You made those animal handling checks, man. This is when it starts to pay off. This is when it starts to pay off. You've got a bullish bodyguard.
I can't wait to find out that Lysander was just wrong. He thought he had done the removal of all the stuff from the bull, and he had failed. And now we're just gonna have a zombie bull just run around and eat everyone in Woodley. It'd be great.
He's gonna want grains. It's cow humor. Best I had at the moment.
Thanks.
Off down the
So I turn to Nussel and go, what was the name of that dwarf we need to see again?
Nasan currently standing there with his hands folded up inside of his robe and his hood pulled up, and you hear him softly say, "Holsgard."
Okay. Oh, I know where his house is. I've been there before. He made me the shield.
Oh, is it the same dwarf?
Might be the only dwarf in town.
There's the shield.
I just hit myself in the head, but luckily I'm wearing a helmet, so that actually really helped.
He's not the only dwarf in town anymore, Mormond. You got it covered. Especially with that beard.
So where we are at the moment, do we have like a route to his house that keeps us out of sight?
We pulled up into like an alleyway just beyond his house because we went past his house, couldn't see any parking, and it was really hard to find parking in Woodley at the moment. Like people are in, it's the
City
festival.
folk problems.
Yeah.
Why are there no parking signs in this town? I don't get it.
I know,
You gotta
right?
get
It's
the
just really
pass, and then you gotta
unhelpful.
get it validated. You're like, which garage do I park in? I don't know. City life.
But yeah. So we're gonna slowly make our way down the street towards Holsgard's.
Okay, do you wish to do so stealthily, or you just kind of? I mean, you've got a giant cow, so what am I asking right now? You head off down the street.
Stealthy.
Yeah, like
you
Adavi's
head
wearing
off down the
different
street.
robes. Mormon's wearing. Are you wearing different armor?
Yeah, I'm a giant blue motherfucker instead of a giant purple motherfucker. It still stands out.
I do have different chainmail than when I left the place.
You're covered with mirrors too, so you're basically just like a walking light show for
Now I asked you about that. I thought you told me it was just a couple mirrors on the shoulders. No, it's just a couple on the shoulders.
Well, they run down the arms. I mean, I like to
Okay.
imagine it as being kind of sparkly from the right angle.
Okay,
Like if
I
blind people.
Sparkly.
need to look at my
Can we
inventory.
That helps us not be seen. He dazzles everyone trying to look at us.
Okay,
They can't
I
see,
will
just
attempt-
glare.
I will attempt to dazzle anyone who tries to perceive us. How's that sound?
Perception
also-
checks as you're walking, please.
Okay, I also want to like remove the breastplates from Oscar so that he doesn't look like a weirdly armored cow.
Okay, so you remove the breastplates from Oscar.
What test are we making?
16.
A perception check.
Perception.
I got 10.
18.
Adavi
Nice.
and Dax, looking down the street as you're walking towards Holsgard's home, around the corner, you see someone dressed fairly similar to Nasan walk around the corner. He also carries himself much the same way, although the robes are of a different color. He's still got his hands tucked into each sleeve and a hood pulled up, and he's looking downwards at the ground. But out of the corner of your eye, you think you see Nasan bristle for just a moment, and then he pulls to the opposite side of Oscar so as to be out of sight.
Not fun.
Is that it? Is that Ibn Tarab? No, it's not Ibn Tarab. Well, we would recognize if it was Ibn Tarab, right?
Yes, you would.
Who the hell's
What's
that?
going on?
Keep walking. Comes from behind Oscar.
Okay, well, let's keep walking then. You better tell us what's going on once we get inside this house, though.
Adafi, do you know what's going on? Continuing walking.
I don't know what's going on. You think this guy tells me everything that happens?
I don't know, you seem pretty close.
Meaning?
I mean, you spent most of the voyage together, like you were chatting and not in a... I don't question life choices, mate.
Keep a hold on your bull and keep walking.
I continue to hold my bull and keep walking.
As you approach Holsgaard's house, I'm going to need one more perception check from everybody as you approach. You are like right in front of his front stoop right now. The house is black and quiet at the moment.
14.
14. Give me a 14, Mormon. Come on. Be part of the group.
Is no son
Conformity.
rolling any of this?
17.
He is, yeah. I'm just doing it behind closed doors. Mormon, actually pretty much everybody here. So we'll start from the bottom and we'll go to the top. Adavi and Dax, you note that the house appears to be uninhabited at the moment. It doesn't look like there's anyone home. There's no light coming from the windows. You've arrived, after everything that went on at the farm. I would say you're kind of afternoon, evening at this point is where I'm just going to, because I don't remember what time it was when you came into the city 2 weeks ago. So I'm just going to say,
Midday?
for convenience sake.
Because I think it was morning when we went to the farmer.
Yeah. I don't know. It's in there somewhere. So it's kind of like afternoonish. It's been 2 weeks. Who knows anymore? Mormond, you also noticed this. However, one of the windows upstairs is broken.
Broken.
Mm-hmm. Nassan stops when he sees the house and creeping forward up the steps, nudges the front door with his elbow, and it slides open on its own. It would appear as though Holsgaard is not here.
Was it like this the first time you came here?
No, says Nassan, shaking his head.
I don't know if we should be poking around in there, but it might be good to get off the street for a minute and see what's going on.
I know Jimin points up at the window. Look at that. That doesn't look like good news for him.
No.
Can I
Make
a
you're a
quick
dwarf. If someone broke into your house, where would you go? Or what would you do, Mormon?
Well, it depends on who it was. If it was a lot of people, I'd run away. Even if I was a master of weapons.
A lot of people like that crowd back there.
Yeah.
Maybe we should see what they're up to.
Adavi, you know things about stuff. Did this window get broken in from the inside or the outside?
Can I tell?
Investigation check, please.
You were complaining last episode that you never got to roll investigation.
I know. Thank you.
Speed of investigation checks.
23, baby.
Awesome.
The window was broken from the outside. You can tell because there's no glass sitting on the top of the roof like on the eave or anything. It actually appears to have done with such force that any fragments would have flown inwards.
Definitely outside. You know, if you want to check Dax, you're pretty quick. You can just run upstairs and see what broke that window.
I hand the reins of Oscar to Mormond. Hold my bow. I would like to stealth.
Okay.
Don't worry, I trust Mormond with my bull. It's fine. I would like to stealth inside.
My bull.
$14.
Okay.
Is there any signs of anything weird, anything interesting, dead bodies, signs of a struggle, signs of robbery?
An unfinished Rubik's Cube, maybe? A clear sign of distress?
Food laid out on a table that's like half eaten.
Half smoked bowls.
Yep.
They're dwarves. You never know. They're high like all the time. I would be too if I lived underground. As you creep through the front of the house. That joke gets the laugh, but not grains. Come on, man. This is my life here at Roll. All right, so you creep in through the vestibule, and actually upon entering the house, Give me a perception check real fast. Actually, give me investigation. Investigation sounds better.
Okay, I will be guiding this because now I'm out of line of sight of anyone.
Sure.
Are you at least minor illusioning like a little smoke pipe? Show that you're really investigating this.
A little monocle, smoke pipe, pheasant cap. 14.
Okay. So with a 14, you note that as you walk into the vestibule, the rug has been overturned. In fact, it looks like somebody tried to dig in their feet, but the rug slid out from underneath them. It's kind of coiled up to the side and flipped a little bit off to the right. You've got two doors, one off to the left that appears to go to a dining area of some kind where there's lots of finely crafted wooden furniture, so on and so forth, some of which has been flipped. And then to the right is a semi-closed door. You can just see through the slat. And your dark vision allows you to see somewhat through it, but it looks like some kind of study, perhaps. Down the hallway directly in front of you is a stairwell going upwards.
I would like to look in the study.
Okay. So are you putting your face up to the slat, or are you actually opening the door and going in?
I look in the slat carefully before going in.
Okay. Looking in, the room is still. There are a collection, so the way that the room works is a long rectangular room. At the end, there's a hearth and a large chair, two large chairs seated in front of it. Both of them are facing the fire. Around the top part of the room, there's actually shelving that appears to be for like various knickknacks, tchotchkes, and other like random things that he's collected over the course of his life. Maybe they're heirlooms. You have no idea. But many of them have been upset, and it seems as though there was like a spacing there that has been disrupted. Some are knocked over, some are broken, some look like they might have just been flat out removed. It looks like people have been in the home, as far as you can tell. This is not the configuration of the person that actually lives there. This place has been messed with.
I would like to
Something's happened here. Okay. So going into the study, make me an investigation check, please.
Natural 20,
Wow.
which makes it 24 in total.
Amazing.
Very nice. See,
amazing.
this is
Wow.
they were saying over at Lost Initiative that they like never get crits. Over here, it's all crit fails and it's all crits.
Yep.
It's like weird how frequently it happens.
We
It's either win or not.
are rolling 20-sided dice, but we've actually used some stickers to put like there's no 2, it's another 20.
Yeah.
There's no 11, it's just another 1. We just have extra crits on there.
Yeah, they're weighted as
Nice.
fuck. We like winning around here.
Oh, there you go.
And losing. The crit fails are they're a thing.
With a critical success, you find boot scuffs on the floor, where it looks as though people have moved through here without wiping their feet. It looks as though there might have been some small-scale invasion. With the way a lot of the stuff is missing, drawers are rifled open, things have been scattered all over the floor. It looks like there may have also been some element of looting in some regard. You get the feeling you should definitely go upstairs and investigate there as well, since it seems as though a lot of the focus, looking at the tracks, it looks like they came into this room. They were sort of disappointed by the fact they didn't find a lot of valuables. And you see mud trails, boot scuffs, that sort of thing heading upstairs.
I don't find any like secret compartments with like worship to some sort of profane god.
No. Unfortunately, the dwarf is as good as his word.
I go back to the front door. Guys, it looks like people maybe dragged him out and they started looting the place and looking for stuff. Stuff's been nicked. Mormon, do you want to guard the bull or Davy? You're really, like, smart and stuff. Do you want to have a look around upstairs?
I guess. Do we have time for that, though? I mean, wouldn't you be concerned about where he is right now? There is a mob in the middle of
Any idea
town.
about when this happened?
The place seems to have been disturbed, judging from like the coolness of the room. It matches the outside temperature almost exactly from like, the hole in the window and the door being left slightly ajar. It probably happened a couple days ago.
That probably happened a couple of days ago, so...
Fair enough. Sure. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious going on outside. I don't like seeing Shelby strung up like that, and if our dwarf friend is in trouble as well. What's going on in Woodley?
You have a route around, and I'll keep watch. I would like to move slightly down the street towards where that dodgy figure in the robe was, and just take a position, like smoking, like something. In fact, I've got some bolo leaf. I would like to smoke some of my bolo leaf, and
Hooray!
I am currently disguised right now. So
So you work your way slightly down the street and make the decision to smoke weed every day. And so you're sitting there smoking your bolo weed on the corner. Make me a You are in vague sight of the grouping of people in front of you. Make me a perception check.
Okay.
With disadvantage.
Because you high as fuck, son.
8. I am high as fuck right now.
Yeah. With a perception of 8, you have trouble making anything out. You can see that there's a gathering down there, and that it appears as though there's someone standing on a small scaffold, maybe 5 feet tall, addressing the crowd. But other than that, you can't make out any more details without getting closer. In addition, you do not see the robed man. He is gone.
Okay, a scaffold.
Yeah, like a scaffold or like a stage. Basically a hastily constructed standing surface.
That sounds a lot like they're gonna hang people.
Yeah, but you only see one person.
I'm gonna slowly and gently make my way down into the crowd a little bit and see if I can get a better look. And just overhear the gossip of the town and see what people are talking about in relation to this. But I'm gonna do that slowly, so like probably after a Davy.
Sure. Make me actually no, you don't need to make a check. That's fine. Davi, what are you up to?
I'm gonna grab Noson because he's not allowed to let me out of sight and head inside the dwarf's house. Do I have to duck in to get in there? It's like a really small door.
No, it's like an average sized door. It appears as though the house was constructed to fit in, although culturally it does still have all the carvings around the door and kind of the pillars that are carved in the dwarvish fashion that you would expect. But it's built to the same size and scale of the rest of the houses, as though it seems like it's at a bit of a war with itself. It's both conspicuous and inconspicuous at the same time.
It's like a dwarvish mansion.
Yeah, it's like he got confused halfway through and was just like, well, I am a dwarf, so maybe I'll make it stand out even though I'm trying to fit in.
All right, well, Noson, maybe you can help me with this. What would you say this guy's name was again?
Holsgard.
Holsgard. Okay. Can you make anything about like how he was removed from here? Like, is there any dragging marks going towards the front door or something?
Let me see what his perception check looks like. Apparently, I'm going to play Noson today. So he is the perception master.
Yeah, he is.
So let's see how he do. With a 19, Noson looks around for a moment. Well, there was definitely a struggle. It looks as though whatever we're looking to find, they were interested in the upstairs rather than the downstairs.
Okay.
He motions with his head towards the stairs at the end of the hallway.
Stay here. Keep looking around. I'm going to head upstairs then.
He nods and slides off into a side room to observe the front door.
Okay. Up the stairs. What is upstairs?
As you make your way upstairs, you actually find that the accoutrement and the decoration of the house, they seem to fall away. The upstairs area is actually just kind of a wooden slatted loft. Like, it looks like a loft or an attic area, mostly for storage. As you go through, make me an investigation check, please.
Oh, yeah. 24.
What? Wow.
The 24, very nice. You start going through some of the crates, and in general, just kind of running your thumb along the side of some of the stacked boxes and, random pallets and things. And it appears as though a lot of his blacksmithing supplies are kept up here. You find a small cask, which is full of raw ore and things of that nature.
Does it look like... Go ahead.
Yeah, however, moving across the attic, you do see the window, which was broken, that had been observed by Mormond outside, and laying on the floor is a stone.
Okay, before I check out the stone, does it look like any of his blacksmithing materials, utilities, or whatever have been moved around, or are they missing? Does anything look obviously wrong with it?
24. Yes, you would see that the crates have been opened before you arrived. Dust has been disturbed both on the floor and off of the crates. And judging from the boxes, they've all got Dwarvish writing on them. Do you speak Dwarvish?
No.
Okay. So from the Dwarvish writing, it appears as though they are actually labeled, but you're not sure what was inside of them.
All right. Now I'm going to head to the window. And is the hole big enough to stick my head out the window?
Yeah.
All right. My head goes out the window. Mormon!
I hear him. I guess I do.
You do.
Oh,
and if you want,
there.
I can just magic whisper in your brain, but I prefer just to say Mormon. Mormon, tie up the bull. Get up here for a minute. I need you to read this for me. I can't read this. Some dwarvish writings.
All right.
Just tie him up.
I find somewhere to tie up Oscar.
Does Oscar like being tied up by Mormon?
No, only Dax can.
Mormon, animal handling check, please.
Oh no. I'm gonna go on a
I wasn't gonna
rampage
do
and
it,
ruin
but
everything.
Yeah, he's got an attachment to his bull, and so he wants you to suffer. So I'm going to make you make the roll.
6.
Perfect.
Oscar stands completely still and won't move. You pull on the rope, and he's just not going anywhere.
I try letting go, and I see if he like bolts, so he just stands there.
You let go of the rope?
Yeah, I make sure that I could immediately grab it again if needed.
Yeah, you just kind of drop the rope from your hands. He looks right at you, and he goes... But he doesn't move. He just stands there.
Come on.
Just take some steps back, saying, "You're gonna stay there, right? Okay. I don't know if you can hear me or not. You can hear Dax when he talks to you. It's weird. I don't understand it. Stay there." And then I go inside.
As you go inside, we're going to swap on over to Gray. Gray, you've been observing these people around this house from around the way and behind one of the pillars of one of the nearby buildings. How do you want to proceed?
Whose house is this that I see them kind of, I suppose, hanging out around? Do I know?
You would know that it belongs to Hagen Halsgard, who is a reclusive dwarf who just keeps to himself. More than that, you're not sure.
And other than that, I just see people kind of like, there's obviously a lookout, and they're kind of like in the house and doing nefarious seeming activities.
Sure.
Okay. Then I will approach, who was it that was still outside? Was it Mormond?
I'm just
They're all
inside.
inside right now.
The cow is
okay.
outside. The cow is
Okay.
the lookout.
Yeah, the cow.
Yes,
Oscar.
there is a
His
cow
name's
outside
Oscar.
right now. They've left a huge bull standing out in front with its crazy, like, lateral muscles and trapezius muscles and shit. Just, like, standing there. It's just a massive bull.
Well,
Like right in front of the door.
I'm going to ignore the bull. If it's directly in front of the door I need to use to get in, then as soon as I approach the bull, I'll give it like a hard slap in the rear to make it like move out of the way.
Do I not? I've got my head out the window. Do I not see someone approaching the bull?
Well, I thought you pulled it back in when Mormond came in.
I guess I would have. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
So I'll give a big hard slap in the back of the bull to make it move out of my way.
Sure. Animal handling check, please.
Sure. That is going to be a terrible roll. Animal handling.
That would be a 1.
Yeah. It's because I rolled a 2, okay? It's because I rolled a 2.
Not a natural
bull-
at least.
As your hand collides with the bull's haunches, there's this moment where the bull just slowly rotates towards you, and he gives you this look that just drips of, did this motherfucker just do what I think he just did? He stares at you for just a moment. Dexterity save, please.
That's also my best save, dexterity.
Nice.
Yep, best save. Yes! Oh, this is bull. Okay, this is bull. Yeah.
And before you know it, the bull just kind of shifts his weight, and you feel your foot go crunch, and the bull has stepped on your foot and is looking you right in your eye as he does it. He just stares right at you as he steps on your foot.
Awesome.
But he doesn't move. He doesn't move.
Nope, that's okay. So I see this happening. Looking around. So obviously this happens. I'm like, that hurt. I look around really quickly. Is there a lot of people viewing what's going on here, or nobody's really paying attention?
Yeah, the street is completely empty. It seems as though any onlookers have been drawn to the crowd down the street.
Awesome. So I'm going to say a quick prayer to my lady, and with that prayer, I'm going to make sure that this bull moves and never wants to return again. So casting chill touch, I actually reach forward and touch the bull with chill touch. Again, from the rear to make sure that it goes heading that way. So I will attack with chill touch.
Okay. Make me an intimidation check, please, because it does connect.
Sure.
Okay. So with intimidation, bulls aren't particularly known for their wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
So we will go 1d20 minus, I think he's got like a 4 or like a 6 or something like that. So we'll just go like so. And with that, you retaliate by freezing the bull very, very quickly with a chill touch. he staggers to the side, and then he just takes off down the road towards the direction where Dax is, just kind of lightly trotting.
Does this make any noise at all?
It does. Make perception checks for me. Everybody inside Nasan will be sharing in that check as well.
Next to a broken window, you might hear it. 19.
7.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about the fact that I'm trying to infiltrate a crowd quietly, and I've got a giant, like, half-ton bull running down into a crowd now.
You're welcome for the distraction.
So, Adavi, you hear the sounds of hoofs heading off down the street. In a hurry.
All right, head goes back out the window. What do I see?
So this is going to come down to Daleric. Are you making an attempt to hide yourself or anything like that, or are you just going to stand there in plain sight?
I have my cloak on over myself, but I don't have like hood drawn or anything. I would be wearing my helmet if I'm wearing my armor. So, I mean, I'm not hiding who I am. I'm pretty plain, and I'm just knocked the bull out of the way, and I'm going to go in this door. So,
okay. So describe yourself for Adavi. Adavi, outside where Oscar once was, you see.
Let's see. He stands at 5'11". He's 235 pounds. So the man that you see before, you're not able to see facial features or anything because he is wearing a helm atop his full plate armor. Now the armor he's wearing has been it has seen quite a few battles. There are nicks and dents and there are scratches and whatnot all over it. It's not like he wastes his time in polishing it up and denting it out and bringing it to an armor to keep it pretty at all times. So this stuff is clearly worn. But despite the fact that his equipment and the great sword and the shield strapped to his back, despite the fact that all those seem worn, have been through many battles, the cloak that sits on him, which is a very heavy gray cloak and has the sigil of Lady Grey emblazoned on it, the cloak seems to be in almost perfect condition, almost brand new condition, as though it was probably just purchased within the last week or so. So, large man, beefy, walking in.
And what you see coming out this hole in the window is a really fat face with a giant beard, except he has a pencil-thin black mustache across the lip, and got a big purple turban on. And I have tried so many times to put this fucking purple turban on for cosplay. I've had it for a month now, and I can't do it. I'm failing at turbans, by the way. If anyone knows a good Sikh person who can show me how to do this turban properly, please let me know, please. Seriously, I'm sick of this.
What would that look like in a newspaper ad? Seeking Sikh.
Yes, seeking Sikh for Sikh cosplay.
Just transpose the spelling. Just transpose the spelling for it. So that wouldn't be offensive, not to anybody. No. So I see him poke his head out. So I'm just gonna look up at him.
What's she doing? That's our bull. You can't. Oh, come on. Ah.
So I look up at the guy with his head poked out the window, and I'll just like lock eye contact for a moment and not say anything, and then I just turn and walk into the building itself.
Sure. Damn it, Mormond. Is Mormond up here by now?
Yes, Mormond is upstairs with you at the top of the stairs right now.
Damn it, Mormond. I think one of the stupid town guards just came in here, and Oscar's gone.
Oh, crap. What do we do?
Yeah. Well, just translate this, will you? And I'm pointing out the boxes and crates and things that have all the dwarvish writing all over. I can't read any of this crap. It looks dwarvish to me. And I head back downstairs. Stomp, 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 stomp.
You find Gray walking in through the front door, and as you look down the stairs, you've got a better angle than Gray does because there's a blind corner right there going into the dining room. You see Nasan slowly sliding his spear into position as Gray walks through the front.
I shake my hand real quick. I'm not even going to say it.
As you do that, he shifts the spear backwards and kind of tilts his head down a little lower.
Excuse me, are you a city guard or something? What are you doing here? That's our bull.
It was in my way.
Everything's in my way.
Everything is in my way. Life is in my way.
Do you know what happened in this house? We came here looking for the owner, the dwarf owner. I can't remember his name. Helmsgaard, something like that. And he's not here, and the window's broken. So we're trying to figure out what happened.
Convenient, isn't it? The window's broken. No one's here, this street or otherwise. And the group of you are searching through this house. Convenient.
So convenient. I know, right? So do you know what happened here? I mean, you look like a city guard or something. It obviously didn't just happen right now. place has been cold for days, obviously. So do you know anything? Yes or no? Or what else are you doing here?
Gray, just for your information, you do know what has happened here. You've been observing the town of Woodley for the last several days. I'll send it to you in private, and you can dispense that information as you see fit, given whether or not you trust these characters.
Go right ahead, sir. I'll wait for bam.
I'm going to assume that no, you don't trust these characters.
And I go like this. Hold on. Here we go. There we go.
You look into his eyes, and there's a loading bar.
a little spinning Skype circle. Yeah. Thank you, Skype.
It's like, all of a sudden it comes to me. Let's see. They are. So I look at you and I say, Redfern.
What about Redfern?
They took him.
Redfern took him?
Redfern. Them the thugs around here, aren't they? No.
Splat, you want to clear it up?
You guys haven't found out yet. You guys haven't asked a whole lot of questions, but if you recall from 2 weeks ago, all of the guards wearing the tabards from when you first arrived in Woodley are gone. And now the few enforcers left on the streets are all wearing different colors, and they have a different way of holding themselves.
We decided that they were like probably bravos or something hired in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's some Redfern. You don't know what they are?
I'm just out of character here. I'm a little lost because I thought Redfern was the guy who we had spoken to when we first arrived here.
Yeah, and then
it was
he
a guy
who was replaced or done something to whatever, and we never decided, and we were like, he's compromised.
I'm just Splat double checking. Redfern, that's the name of the thug group, right?
Redfern is the name of the magistrate. Absolutely.
Okay. So that's what I say.
Okay. Shit, I don't know. My brain is just gone. I'm sorry.
Moment, jump in, save.
So you're not trying to use the oration down the street there as a distraction to rob this place?
Man, yeah, let's rob this place. I don't see a damn thing here that I would want.
Sounds like your friend upstairs is rifling through quite a bit.
Yeah, he's a dwarf, and there's some dwarvish writing on some crates up there. It looks like they've been moved around too, trying to figure out what the people here were looking for. Because the man who lived here, well, the dwarf who lived here, was a renowned blacksmith, and he probably would have some either tools, weapons, armor, something that people would be interested in getting a hold of.
I agree. People. And I just kind of like hold my look at you as I say that.
Mormon upstairs. As you go through the crates, you find that they are labeled. Some of them are labeled weapons like maces, things of that nature, clubs, armor. All of those crates are empty. In addition, as you go through, you find that the stone has a single dwarvish word written on it. It says leave in dwarvish.
Is it like poorly spelled dwarvish?
It's just hastily scribbled onto the side with what looks like coal, almost.
So it looks recent then.
Yes.
Well, once I've seen this, it doesn't look like there's anything else in the room of interest, I guess, so I make my way down to find out what's going on with Davi.
Okay. Davi, as you're having a conversation with Gray, at the point you're at, you hear footfalls coming from behind you. Gray, you see a dwarf coming down the stairs behind a Davi. Mormon, if you wanted to describe yourself to Gray for the first time, because he's never seen you before, that's fine.
All right, well, I'm a dwarf. If you've met dwarves before, you'll know I look a little bit younger than the average dwarf, and my beard is not the most dwarfy of beards, but it's a nice beard. It's basically this beard. I found a pretty accurate one.
You got it from a joke shop.
Shush! This is my real beard, totally, and I grew it in. I'm a dwarf. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hello, fellow dwarves. What a nice bearding day it is with our beards.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm in chainmail and on my back I've got a great sword and a couple of axes.
Mm-hmm. So seeing somebody of, I suppose, similar mindset and a dwarf coming down the stairs from this dwarven
There's
shop.
also a horrifically burned face.
That
Yeah,
too,
it's-
actually.
Yeah.
One side of my face is wrecked.
Now that you have this giant beard as well, did the burn affect the beard? Do you have
Oh,
That's the thing.
he had to go there.
are you missing half a beard?
That's the thing. I need to work out how to make this beard look more like charred on one side.
Flames.
So on one side of his face, Gray, you see just scarring running down, and in fact, it hasn't even had time to scar yet. The flesh just looks cooked, and you can see that intertwined with the flesh, the hairs have curled inwards, and one side of this dwarf's face is in really, really rough shape, although it looks like it has received medical attention.
Mm-hmm. And here he is out and about and not lying in a bed somewhere crying. So that being said, I know he's a man of like, a lot of vigor, a lot of spirit. So I'll actually turn away from the one that's in front of me, and I'll turn to the dwarf, and actually in Dwarven, I'll say, what was the guy's name again? I'm sorry. The guy that's here. What is it?
Holsgard.
Holsgard.
I'll say, and I'm sure you'll gather the name Holsgard. I say in Dwarven, have you found where Holsgard went?
Not a clue. We were hoping that you might know, perhaps.
Just that he was taken by Redfern's men.
That's a bit weird. We were a little worried when we left about Redfern's position.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we were worried something might happen to him. Although it seems that things have taken a different turn. I mean, when we left, Mary Shelby was a seemingly honored or prominent figure in this town, and now she's strung up at the gates. What the heck happened?
Speaking of Shelby, where's that goblin that travels with you?
I believe he's trying to see what's going on with the crowd over there. Do you have any idea why there's people grouped up there with some man orating?
I do. That's every night. The magistrate likes to get people together and dole out lashings. This place is rife with fear and confusion.
What in the world?
Just this morning, I was praying over my meal. Just before I ate, and halfway through the prayer, the entire tavern was looking at me as though I was doing something horrid. You look to be someone that uses magic. I say with almost a bit of condescension. I suggest you stay your hand.
Are you saying that the attack on Mary Shelby was an attack on magic users?
Her specifically was because she's a necromancer, or so they thought. I don't believe it.
She is no necromancer. Oh my goodness.
No right-minded worshiper of the lady would be, but nonetheless, that's what they saw, and that's how they handled it.
Oh, this is so problematic. Mormon, what did you find up there? What was on the crates?
It was labels for various different kinds of weapons and armor. All been emptied now.
It looked... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And someone had written leave in Dwarvish. Rolled it in coal on one of the walls.
On the walls? My
Was
goodness.
the wall, wasn't it?
It looked like the crates had been moved. It looked like they've been rifled through. Did you notice anything that was missing?
Well, all the crates were empty. Looks like
they were
everything
empty?
that he had was taken.
Yeah, Mormon, you noticed that with the blacksmithing supplies, they were all more or less left in place. It looks as though whoever came in was just trying to seek out implements of war, like things that would be useful for, if you wanted if both of you wanted to make investigation checks real fast to just kind of deduce a little bit more information.
17.
Okay.
12.
It wouldn't be Adavi. It wouldn't be, you think for a moment, and yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If there's been a changing of the hierarchy here, they would have sought a way to equip themselves rapidly, maybe in an attempt to oust the old guard. So perhaps this place was hit first, and then they used those weapons to oust the guard.
Oh God, that sucks. That's a really crappy way to do things. Like, let's go steal from the, and use it against his.
But he's a dwarf, right? They don't have to worry about it. It's like, fuck him, he's a dwarf.
Yep, outsiders, easy victims.
Well, perhaps we should go find. Oh, the bull, Oscar! Oh goodness,
At
Oscar
this
left.
point, do they
We gotta
hear
go get Oscar.
moo, and then the sound of like a bowling ball hitting skittles and pins going everywhere?
Yeah, at this point, we're going to swap over to Dax. Dax, as you're approaching the crowd, you see Redfern standing atop everyone else. He's moving his hands, and he is addressing the crowd. And you hear him say, "Just a few days ago, we found a den of necromancy. Now, coincidence or not, you tell me, Woodley, you tell me. The Scions come down from the north to tell us our business, to trap us inside of our homes, and wait for us to rot to death without aiding us. And yet among them we find a necromancer. That much is plain as day. Here is the book that she bore." And reaching inside of his cloak, he pulls out the book of necromancy. "We took this from her study."
Quick question.
The guard will
Did
attest.
I ever see that book? I can't remember if I did or not. I know that I didn't know that Mormont had it, but I can't remember if I saw the book to begin with.
I think we all saw it in the end.
Yeah, I think
I think we were all there when I handed it over.
I'm pretty sure you saw it. I'm pretty sure you saw it when we were on that beach too, because all that shit got wet and I was all drying it off in the fire.
Oh shit. That's
He
my official
continues.
response.
"How can we trust that the Scions, our de facto lords, are looking out for what is good for us in enforcing this quarantine, when among them they are tainted? They are broken. They are heretics. But have no fear. I have solved the problem. Every member of their number now rots inside my prison, where they shall remain until a delegation from the north comes to negotiate and make recompense for what we have suffered through here in Woodley. Even now, with the necromancer removed, I have been told that cases of the weeping rot are retreating from the bodies of our people. They were sick and now they are well. We have found the disease and we have rooted it out. Adborough, Shelby, they were working in collusion. The dwarf, all of them, in my dungeons now."
Oh, there you go.
For a moment, there's a pause, and the crowd erupts into cheers and roars, and it's almost a bloodthirsty cacophony. Like, it's really, there's an energy in the air that's malevolent. Performance check, please.
Sorry,
See,
no,
Dax,
I'm using my disguise voice, which is, yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
Dax, this is when you need to speak with animals and get like a flock of seagulls just all shit all over Redfern.
I might do that before I go.
What was
that'd
that
be
one, the
24.
one seagull?
Yeah,
With a masterful performance.
Necromancer's bad.
You catch the tenor of the argument and the crowd screaming, and you fit right in. You fix your face with just the nastiest look of vitriol you can, and you shout, "Hang them!" to the sky, and nobody seems to notice. In fact, one man off to your right slaps you on the shoulder, and you stumble forward slightly. But right as that happens, you think you hear clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clip, clop, clip, clop, coming from behind you.
I think I've got enough that I need here. Yes. Quickly make my way to the back of the crowd to try and find what is happening with my bull.
You see Oscar with a pained expression on his face, his eyes wide, running up, and it looks like his butt has been frozen.
I quickly try and intercept him in a kind of casual way. I'm just kind of backpedaling, going. I grab the leather strap and I quickly try and lead him away subtly while people are still roaring and the cacophony is still going and no one maybe sees me.
Seeing you, his face relaxes, and you kind of walk up and like his butt's covered in frost, and you kind of like try to sweep it off real fast while you're walking him forward. What do you want to do? You want to head back to the house?
I think I've got enough information here. I don't know what more I could do without possibly blowing my cover, and I don't do that when I'm not wearing armor because I am squidgy. So Yeah, I'm gonna slowly head back. I'm definitely listening out for any conversations I hear on the way, any tidbits of information that come across.
Sure. Aside from that, all you can really tell is that the people of Woodley, like the locals, they seem to believe Redfern pretty completely. It seems like whatever hold he has over the crowd, this man had their respect in the first place, and maybe he wasn't the kind of person to make accusations like this. It seems as though, from the general, conversation you hear, that he's been a fairly even-handed magistrate the whole time that he's run Woodley, and his family's been in charge here for generations. And for him to make accusations like this, they all go along with it because this is somewhat out of the ordinary. If you wanted to, you can make me a persuasion check to get a little bit more information as you sort of walk around and goad people and poke and prod and.
Okay, persuasion. That'd be a 27.
Wow. Holy you have a +8?
Oh yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
If you want someone to persuade or deceive someone, that's my job.
Apparently. It's because you're a cleric. You just deceive people into worshiping.
No. It's because I'm a bard. Because I get
he's got like 3 levels of bard. That's what gets him in there. Along the edges of the crowd, you see an old man sitting there, leaning heavily on a cane, and he seems to be the only person in disagreement so far. He's not cheering. He's not a part of the overall tenor and din of the fray that's over there. He seems to just be observing quietly.
Hello.
How are you today?
A shame, isn't it?
I'm relatively new here. I'm a trader. I brought cabbages. What's going on? I saw the crowd.
These are strange times. I've lived in Woodley all my life. I've never known Redfern to be the sort of man to throw around accusations such as these.
Maybe
Strange.
he just believes them or something. I don't know. Apparently it's a pretty important accusation of necromancy.
Well, trust my word. No good will come of this. They've hung a prominent member of the Scions from the front gate. The Lords of the North will see this as tantamount to treason, regardless of the charge. They would want to carry out the review themselves. The fact that Redfern has pushed forward and just hanged them and imprisoned all of their men, this will not stand.
Imprison them? I didn't know there was a prison around here. It looks a pretty quaint town. Where did they hide a prison around here?
Over by Adborough's, around the backside of his building, he's had a hastily constructed place made, just for troublemakers and drunks and the like.
Oh.
Get order back.
Troublemakers, drunks, and traitors?
If they're not dealing in an honorable fashion, surely. However, as of right now, I would assume he's up to his eyeballs in prisoners. He's got all of the guardsmen and Adborough and whoever else he says he has locked up in there. I don't think it's much more than a makeshift area, so it must be quite the trouble to keep it fastened properly.
Oh, they got rid of all the old guards and stuff? How? They have a lot of guards around here. They must be short-handed.
Roll4It. Shortly after, they found the Book of Necromancy in Shelby's office, inside of Our Lady's house. No more, no less. I don't know what to think about that. From what I've seen, it's a filthy manual, though I've not been able to inspect it. It looks to be what he says it is. Others have had a chance. After that, the people cried out and they voiced their distrust of the Scions, and it was easy enough for him to find, well, Brull. An ugly man. One willing to do things others might not.
Oh, what was that name again? Brull.
Brull. Yes.
Ah.
A large well, some say he's a brigand from out west, but that's just rumor. I can't speak to its truth. Came to Woodley about a decade ago. Occasionally busts heads and acts as a bouncer for the tavern. Now he's running the new makeshift guard. A number of men he's pulled together from all across town.
Oh. Oh. Are they well trained? They're new. How did they manage to take down the old guard and all the guards and stuff?
There are different types of warriors. The guards here are mostly conscripts, young men pulled from their farms, given basic training. These men, they're the ones frequently involved in tavern brawls and in altercations all across town. Cut purses, cutthroats, sailors, and the like. They know their way around a blade, if not formally, then absolutely in an adopted sense.
Sounds like you're not particularly fond of this new order. Aren't you not worried about, possible retribution?
I have lived my life, young man. There's nothing they can take from me. My years are already at an end. However, I fear for those who comprise Woodley's future. This will not turn out well.
Do you know plenty of others who believe this way and...
That also concerns me. The town seems to be of one mind, and they've not taken any time to verify the reasons why they think the way that they do. They simply saw that Shelby was involved with necromancy and assumed that the entire order needed to be overturned as quickly as possible. Without thinking, they acted rashly.
It's quite possible that, if what you say is true, that book was planted.
The thought had crossed my mind, surely enough. Shelby is somewhat of a hero on the mainland, although you may have derived this by now. Woodley is provincial in its outlook. It's a quiet place with not much access to outside news, a problem that's amplified by the fact that we're on an island that shares that same set of, symptoms. Ignorance is being exploited here. I can feel it.
Well, it sounds worrying. My friends and I were new in town, and we were looking for a place to stay, but from what you say, the inn here seems a little bit dodgy, especially if that's where the captain of the guard originally came from. And I've heard bad things about certain people at the inn working for this new order. Do you know anywhere else I could stay, or possibly do you have some spare rooms we may rent out? I would be willing to pay handsomely. I have a fine cargo of cabbages to sell. I could pay you in cabbage.
My home... I do have a wonderful recipe for a cabbage stew. I've not had it in some time. But please, you may join me in my home. My name is Christopher.
Nice to meet you, Christopher. My name is James Bard, lawyer extraordinaire. Doing some trading at the moment, Getting my hand in different places.
Perception check. Actually, insight check. Insight's better. I like insight better.
Insight. 13.
With a 13, as he scans your face, you can see deep cataracts along his eyes. And you get the feeling that he's not actually able to see your face altogether that well.
I wink at him.
He doesn't appear to take notice. Instead, he begins to just take his oaken cane, gnarled and burled as it is, and starts just walking off down the street in a direction you're not sure. Maybe back to his home. He invited you. Who knows?
Christopher, let me just go get my friends. If you want to, do you want to wait here, or should I meet you at your home, or?
I can wait here for you, although I shall await you at the west end of the market. Waiting here, it sounds as though you're not informed about the area, perhaps. Being a newcomer must be somewhat disorienting. I'll be on the west end of the market. Bring your friends, but don't go too near the crowds. Outsiders will suffer in this climate.
Very well. I'll be back shortly. And I hurry off with my bull. Just realized I've had this entire conversation with a giant bull behind me. Into back to the house.
He didn't notice. He didn't notice.
Did he not hear the?
He didn't.
He's an old man.
Smell?
He's an old man.
It's just me.
A real old man.
Oh, he's got cataracts in his nose too, and his ears.
Maybe. The Fragrant Isle is a confusing place.
Maybe he used to work as an alchemist or something. He's burned out all the senses in his nose.
And
oh
from
shit! The
explosions,
alchemist.
he's deaf.
Maybe there was an alchemist.
We still haven't looked that up.
Well, we've got a place to stay
He's
now.
probably dead too. They're all dead.
So I hurry
They're all
back.
dead.
I'm also trying to find like a black felt pen so I can make my disguise mustache. Need like a pencil.
Funny.
Yeah, I hurry back to
What's
Holzgard's.
We go back to the main group. You've all gathered out in front. Well, actually, I'm going to say that you're talking inside the dining room of Holzgard's place because leaving you out in the street seems a little cruel because that necessitates a whole bunch of perception checks on my part. So you guys are inside right now, and you've been conversing. How do you want to proceed?
Well, if we were just having, if conversation would have gone beyond what was already done, one of the things I would have told you guys, since things kind of like softened after I like saw the other warrior and had like a conversation with them, in comment or whatever, I would have let you guys know that I am in fact an advanced scout from up north in Ballard's Crossing, and that like I was kind of like heading down this way and looking at things in this area. So if you're like, why the hell are you here? Who the hell are you? That's kind of what you would have gotten out of me. But in general, it's not like he's a super chatty sort unless it's like direct answers. So
Both of you make me an investigation check, Mormont and Adavi.
17.
Natural one.
Mormont critically fails. And in fact,
Oh.
as you're investigating the newcomer, you just can't help yourself. You kind of pluck at his cloak for a second and just kind of like draw it backwards. You think he's not looking because he's talking to Adavi, and you're just like,
Wait, did you just look under his cloak?
no, his sleeve. He's not trying to look at his balls or anything.
Be honest, Splat.
whoa.
You know that what he did was he touched the cloak and all of a sudden the cloak caught fire. That's exactly what Mormon did.
I
Your
was
magic
expecting like a
missiles
Doctor Strange
discharge.
thing, like the cloak like, swallows him.
Do I notice this?
Yeah, you do. He critically failed, so you don't even need to roll to perceive it. He just like, it's very clumsy.
Without drawing too much attention to it, I would just like grab an area of the cloak on that side and just snap it out of his hand to make sure like hands off would be the gesture, but I wouldn't say anything.
As he does this, Adavi, the sleeve creeps up for just a moment, and you think you hear the crinkle of paper, and you catch a glimpse of just something for a second. Paper with writing on it. Make me a religion check, please.
By the way, is he human? Just off the...
He is. He's
Yeah.
human.
Yeah, if you get close enough to see through the helmet, you would see that I was human, but get the full mask on, you know?
Oh, yeah. Religion 5.
Yes.
Maybe he's just got some scrolls or some papers underneath
Yeah, I
his
don't
cloak in
know.
some kind of
It's-
satchel or
it's-
something. You're not sure.
It's religion.
It's cards. It's cards, okay? You know?
Hey,
He's
if
a
it's
cheater.
cards,
He's a dirty,
They
dirty
got
cheater.
cards.
You're
Couple
gonna
of
have
aces.
my interest, okay? You don't want my interest with cards.
Nice.
Dax out in front of the house. You hear the vague murmur of a conversation, but nobody appears to be outside.
Is the door open?
I never shot it.
Cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Do you know where they might have taken the Holzgard?
Yeah, I in prison with the rest that they took over. With the rest when they took over.
I didn't know they had a prison. Is it Adburow's place, or where would the prison be?
I'm not from around here.
Yeah, I'm just asking in general, hoping Mormon might know.
Thank the gods they're still alive.
You guys have heard
I
no
just-
mention of a prison, so unfortunately, you're not sure.
Yeah, we've not heard about a prison. Well, I guess that's where we need to start. Okay, well,
I
We
would
came
like
here
to stealthily make my way inside after very much explicitly telling Oscar to stay.
Yeah, but the last time he was told to stay, he got a cold butt.
Occupational
I
hazard.
dropped some. I necro nuked that booty. Okay, I necro nuked that booty.
As you're saying
Nice,
this, Adavi,
very nice.
Nasan keeps looking out the window and he pulls you back. Adavi.
Huh?
Regardless of what happens from here forward, we need to leave Woodley as soon as possible.
We just got here.
Surely you saw the man in the cloak coming down the street, yes?
Yes. Who was that? What was that?
An acquaintance from an old life. Unfortunately, I can't meet with him right now.
Okay. Is he looking for you?
He's always looking for me.
Then where would be the best place for us to go? If you were him, where would you look for you next?
On the streets, if he knows that I'm here, he will keep a close watch over the town. I think since I've entered Holsgod's home safely, I should probably stay safe in the attic if possible, or perhaps in the home, staying to the shadows.
You want to stay here while we leave?
The man's name is Zhao Feng. And he represents a complication in our goals that cannot be avoided. He's uncompromising. And you're in direct danger being with me for right now. And so in order to...
Okay. But does it mean you want us to leave Woodley and leave you behind? Is that what you're saying?
No. Perform your investigation. But being out and about the streets while I know he's here would be haphazard.
Okay. So stay here. Keep an eye on things.
He nods, and he kind of slaps you on the arm.
I know it seems strange, but for once, in order to protect you from him, I need to not be near you, which sounds like it goes against what I've been told, but it's the best course of action.
Fine with me. It'd be nice to have you off my back for once. Nice job, Dax.
Perception checks.
Roll or passive, sorry.
We don't use passive. I just don't like the passive system, so I call for rolls and we do our thing.
Gotcha.
8, baby.
No
As I go to walk into the house, I trip over the front step.
Oh,
No,
Mormon, just having a
is that the
day,
second
man.
one?
Okay.
Yeah.
Trips over you first.
Bad day to be Mormon.
That's totally how it goes down. Like, I walk inside sneaking, and Mormon walks out of the door, and I just straight into him, and we collapse into a pile of armor and clanking.
Yeah, Mormon, you're looking at a piece of dwarvish artwork on the wall, and frankly, it's been a long time since you've seen anything from home, and you are just enraptured with this thing. In fact, when you touch it, you accidentally poke a hole in it, and while you're just like, oh, shit, you say in dwarvish. You don't notice Dax at all, but everybody else, you're like, there's somebody coming up the steps right now. I can hear the sound of a bull.
I'm just busy looking to see if anyone noticed me poke a hole in the painting.
What would dwarfish painting be, though? Would it be a painting of, like, a stone pillar that they've carved or something?
It's mostly just paintings of people headbutting other people. That's pretty much all dwarvish artwork.
You wouldn't get landscapes, would you? Because, like, landscapes are boring to dwarves.
Well, you have the landscape, but there's somebody in the foreground headbutting somebody else. Like, they do the same beautiful artwork everybody else does, but there's always a headbutting guy incorporated in it somewhere.
Oh, man, that's rough. That's embarrassing. So hearing the noise of somebody coming up, I will draw my warhammer, and just assume it's a nefarious person, and, like, grip it in one hand, but, like out wide, as it, like, not raising it or anything.
Do you not hear the stepping of the bull behind him? That is clearly Dax and Oscar, now that he's returned.
Do I hear this conversation?
So that's just flat.
I mean, if you guys are just having it, like, at normal voice level, how loud are you saying it? Okay, yes, Dax, you hear them having some discussion about whether to cuddle you or not.
I stop sneaking, and I just walk in and go, hello? Hello? Oh, hey, Davy. Wait.
I see you found Oscar.
I put the warhammer away and reach into a different pack to pull something out. Nobody does anything.
You're fine.
I actually pull out a letter that's what is it? I pull out like a folded piece of paper and I go over and I hand it to Dax and I say, from one of our sisters.
You know this guy, Dax?
Dax, you recognize the handwriting as Mary Shelby's because you have the master forger's skill. So if you've seen somebody's handwriting, you always recognize it and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, sweet. Okay, what does it say?
It paid off. It says, let me make sure that I've got this correct because I don't want to point you in the wrong direction of the quest at the wrong time.
No! You found the boss.
All right. So, on the page is written. It's a scripture, actually. Make me a religion check, please.
Oh dear.
Oh, come on, just auto pass it.
I'm going to guidance it.
Auto
Sure.
I'm not going
pass.
to guidance it. I don't know this guy. I'm not guidancing it. I'm not using magic in front of him yet. 13.
Sure. You already know that it's a scripture. The roll wasn't for that specifically, and in fact, it is a passage from the Book of the Broken Helm, which is the principle. It's like the Bible for the Grey Lady's religion and for the cult of Amaleth and all that kind of stuff. It says, "Hold high the sun and smile, for I am the Grey Lady's mortar. I will bear Amaleth's work upon my back, though the toil is long." And you recognize it. It's actually from a section of poetry that was written around the time of St. Germaeus' War. It's actually one of the classic passages. If you want, you can also make a, religion check again, please. Religion check again. In addition, Gray, if you could make me a religion check with advantage because of your background.
15.
Toggle advantage and religion. Bam. A 3 and a... Oh, come on. I got a 12. That's right.
All right, so Gray, you don't have anything just yet. You also know that it's a scripture, and you can actually reference the verse and show where it is in the Book of the Broken Helm. But other than that...
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually have the Bible on me, so whatever the tome is on me, so I could pull it out and, like, I would, assuming I read this beforehand, it would even be, dog-eared or whatever, so we can just open right up to it.
Sure. Absolutely,
So-
if that's what you want.
And just, and I would hand it to my brother.
Dax, do you know this guy?
I think he's a brother of the Grey Lady.
Religion check, taking a look at his clothing, please.
Hi, puppy. My dog decided to join me.
5.
These
It's
rolls,
dark in the
man.
house, unfortunately,
These rolls.
and you're having a lot of trouble actually making out detail or anything like that.
I
And so
have
for the
dark
moment,
vision, so
oh, you do have dark vision.
I
Okay.
can see like normal.
Well,
in this
either
house.
way, I can't use that as an excuse. Then maybe there's dust in your eye or something.
No,
but
to
you're
be,
having
fair, to
trouble.
be fair, I have no formal religious training. I've just picked it up by rote. That's why I didn't take religion as a skill, despite my background.
With your religion check, though, you will know that frequently this is an inscription that resides beneath a statue that is frequently seen in temples to the Grey Lady.
So he would have seen it before then.
Yes. It's fairly standard along both sides of the altar to have a statue of Amaleth and a statue of the Great Lady. This is the inscription that typically reads on one facet of like the cubed pedestal that the statue will be on.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. There's a dog. There's a dog. Sorry,
What
people
kind
are
of dog
asking.
is that?
She's a mutt. She's one of those rescue dogs. So she's half whippet, half everything else. So
She looks friendly. Looks like she likes hugs.
Oh yeah, no, she loves cuddles. She just hates being picked up. So
Aww.
yeah, little bratwurst because we named her after a sausage. So
I love bratwurst. It's one of my favorite summertime foods. It goes
right,
great.
isn't it great?
It's
You hear that?
fantastic.
He wants to eat you. He wants to
Well,
eat
I wouldn't
you.
go that far. I mean, it depends how desperate and hungry I was. I mean, and I
Oh,
picked
so
somebody
funny.
else's dog first because we're friends now. So your dog would be like last on the list before the people I don't know.
Oh,
But
okay,
it's on the
good.
list.
Oh, yeah, well,
And then the question is the dog above or below eating the people that you don't know?
you
It
know what?
depends on the people.
I think
Yeah.
that's a question for like late at night after a few drinks, not
no,
not
it's
so
straight
bright
up,
and
it
early
depends
in
on
the
the
day.
people. There are some people I would happily,
Yeah.
dispose of by eating if I had to. I'd take one for the team.
See, but like eating is kind of intimate. It's not like okay, yeah, get rid of something. No, it's like
No one
but
says
now
you
you're
can't vomit
consuming them.
afterwards.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like now you're like seasoning them and you're putting like heart into. Unless you're just saying, grind them up, make a burger.
I don't
gotta
have to cook them.
sweet
I just
hot
have to
'em.
eat them.
Yeah. All right, this conversation got weird. Sorry.
Yeah.
Welcome to Roll4It.
So, yeah, with your religion check, that would be the information you'd be privy to, and I
Okay.
can repeat it for you or anything in the future if you need me to.
I think, Davi, that the translation is he cool?
Okay. I mean, he seemed a little aggressive when he came up here, and he did send your bull off running. but if you say he's fine.
Did you frost my bowl?
The meat was in the way. I moved it.
You be careful
Oscar
of
goes.
your meat.
Side.
From what I understand, you were friends of Shelby's, just like ignoring that whole bit. I say, from what I understand, you were friends of Sister Shelby.
Yeah, actually, we were intent on speaking to her. Yes.
Well, again, as you know, it's not really an option. However, this town has, well, it's fallen under some rough times, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
If,
Redfern basically became evil. He hired a load of people. He took out all the
I've
guard
already
and all the
told them.
people. Oh, cool.
I've already informed them.
Well, good news is we have somewhere to stay tonight. Bad news is we're having
Oh.
couch dinner. Oh, I met a guy and he's like blind and he seemed nice.
How come all of Dax's stories begin like that? I met a guy and
He offered me some weird powder.
It was a good night.
Olivia
Oh,
marching
my
powder.
septum.
So you say good news is we have somewhere to stay tonight. I'll
Bad
chime
news
in
is
with
we're eating cabbage for dinner.
We had cabbage for breakfast.
I know. Sorry.
Are you sure we can't go to the waltzing cat?
Do you really want to go back there again? The place we stayed?
I
The
do.
place where you were setting fire to things in the bedrooms, where you were leaving parcels of food and talking to the waiting staff, and we
But
started a fight
Need
one
my
night.
stuff. I've got my robes in there. I have some really personal things in there, and the letters you've been happily showing them with your magic to people, but I have the physical copies of those letters in my room there.
Okay, maybe we need to break in
They're
and
still
nip
there.
them back, or subtly enter the room or something, but I don't think it's going to stay there, because we'll get spotted, and anyone who associated with Redfern, or, you know, not Redfern, the Adbra.
Mary
and-
Shelby, Adbra.
Yeah, I was going to get to Mary Shelby, but, you know, she's dead, so, you know.
Speaking of Adbra, sir, I didn't get your name, but do you know if this forfeit has fallen Mary Shelby, has a similar fate been awarded to Adbra?
no. Answering the question for him.
Oh, yeah,
He is also imprisoned.
everyone's in prison. There's a prison over near Adbra's, they just set it up.
The only reason why she was killed was because she was deemed a necromancer.
Apparently,
That
the prison's
is-
full of drunks, and people who, like, stay out too late, and people who do, like, graffiti, and traitors. It's an interesting combination. It's really full.
You know, it sounded like we need to orchestrate some type of prison break here in Woodley.
I don't think that's much of a concern. As far as I understand, the Grey Lady's blessing has befallen this city, and soon the disease will spread and it'll do the work for us.
Disease will do work for us? You mean he's going to kill all these people? Is that what you want?
If that's the Grey Lady's, if that's what she wants, that's what will happen.
But...
You're talking about the
also-
Weeping Rot.
Oh, yeah, that's not here anymore.
Wait, what? There's no more Weeping Rot.
Oh, yeah, it mysteriously disappeared when they killed the necromancer.
With
doesn't
that, I'll
help.
actually turn to you and like look at you curiously. Like, I didn't know that.
Well, what I assume was that they were putting that weird, dodgy stuff into all the food and the water supply or whatever, and then they just stopped doing that when the necromancer died. And then they were like, look, we've stopped the Weeping Rot by killing the necromancer.
You're making assumptions. Do you have proof?
Sometimes he just runs his mouth off, but, you know, it can lead to some interesting thoughts. I wouldn't have come up with that crap.
Well, we know that there's a weird stuff that they put into places to make the Weeping Rot,
Uh-huh.
and we know that the Weeping Rot has stopped, and we know that the Weeping Rot was caused by the
Well-
stuff being put into the stuff.
Well,
they've
hold on.
stopped doing that?
How do you know the Weeping Rot has stopped? Did you go check out the
Oh yeah,
little
the
shanty town
Redfern
by the
was having like a
marketplace?
whole little shindig. He was basically having a big rally. He was like, "Look at me, I'm so amazing." Oh, by the way, the Reaping Rot stopped, and it's proof that Mary Shelby was totally evil and stuff. So get on site.
Yeah, but did you see the shanty town? Was it still there?
Shanty town?
Okay, it's just out of character. There was like a group of tents and places for people to stay outside the marketplace.
Was that
and we
on
passed
the back
through it
end of the
several
market?
times.
Was that still there when I went down to the market?
Oh yeah, there's still a lot of like refugee buildings and things like that from the outskirts of the city,
Did I
but
see
you didn't
anyone
have time to
suffering from
invest.
weeping rot?
You did not, but then again, it was kind of a tumultuous crowd, and so it was
I mean,
difficult
normally
to really
there's people
verify.
around the edge of like the streets and stuff, and presumably begging and stuff. So I assume if there's a crowd, people will be begging around there. So I didn't see anyone. I didn't see anyone with a weeping rot, despite the fact, streets, crowds.
Well, have you thought that if they've rounded everyone up and put them into prison, maybe they just put all the people who were sitting in the shantytown in prison too?
Still like tents and stuff there.
Well, if Redfern's in league with the necromancers, which is seeming more likely by the second, then perhaps
I don't
they
know.
stopped the weeping rot on purpose.
Redfern's been here a while. His family's been here a while. And
Yeah, but then something mysterious happened to him, and he
that's what I'm
stopped seeing
thinking.
people.
What we need is like a powerful like blessing from the Grey Lady to drive away whatever thing happened.
As you say that, I'll put my hand on your shoulder and say, and that is where I come in.
What do you do apart from like sound like Batman? Batman, by the way, it's a tale from back where I lived about this guy who turned into a bat. He was a very special type of druid.
He could only turn into a bat. You're saying he was a handicapped druid. He could only turn into a bat. Okay. Sad day.
It's a
He had
tiny little
troubles. He
bat.
had troubles.
He tried to take down crime, but if a bat that big doesn't really do much. He died. It was really awful.
I say, I will speak with the Grey Lady, and we will solve this problem. We will bring that blessing.
Can you ask for dinner that's not cabbage? I think we've deserved this by now.
I would love a non-cabbage dinner. I'm with you on that, Dax.
Are you asking me to speak with the Grey Lady for you to have a meal?
Sounds like a plan.
I look down to wherever it is that you have your holy symbol with
it's on my arm.
with like
it's a big like effectively like a well, it's quite obviously like a manacle that's been split open and then just inscribed with runes and stuff on my upper arm.
Nice. So I kind of look down at that and just kind of like study it for a moment, just to kind of like make sure that it is in fact
wait,
the sigil.
I'm in disguise. It's under my clothes. You can't see it right now. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Gotcha. So anyways, I look around for the holy symbol, and then I kind of like I'll stop and look back at you and say, "Are you not a brother of the faith?"
More like a cousin. But yes. I don't know what I can quote out of the Book of the Shattered Helm. Is there any like lines I can quote at him?
Yeah, pretty quickly. Given the fact that you're a cleric, I'll just assume that you know the book because you cast spells using divine magic. Pretty quickly, you actually find a verse it's niche enough, but it's also prominent enough to where like very hardcore believers would all know that verse. But at the same time, a casual churchgoer would be like, "Huh? Like, is that religious? What is that?" And you quote it to him very rapidly.
Do not question the faith of a fellow brother before you question and are certain in your own beliefs.
You guys can have a wrap off whenever you want to, but can we at least go check out your friend's place? You said you mentioned someone that might have some housing for us tonight.
Yes, Gray. Davy gets cranky if you don't feed him regularly.
Yes.
I pull out some pocket meat and give it to a Davy.
It's gone. Nom nom nom. It's just gone.
Was it beef?
Sorry, could I get
feed him beef?
Big puppy eyes. Like, is that it? It's got to be more.
I just need a definition for pocket meat.
It's like beef jerky that I keep in my pocket because beef jerky like keeps and stuff. It's great travel.
It's
food.
like pocket pool. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Derek, it's this, okay? We have a pet bull. We also have a lot of beef. So he kind of hides it in his pockets to keep it away from the bull.
I don't eat the beef anymore,
crazy.
so I've got this supply of beef that I don't eat because I've now got a bull, and he looks at me sternly. So now we're in a house, and the bull's outside, and he can't see me, and I'm giving it to a Davy. I'm just trying to get rid of the pocket meat.
Yummy. Okay.
It's-
So I'll just kind of
it happens.
follow lead. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, don't call me Dax around other people in town. I am James Bard, lawyer extraordinaire, also trader.
Whatever you say, James. It
There
didn't
we
work
go.
at the farmer's place. It's probably not going to work here.
Probably true. Adam.
Adam.
It's easier. It's the first 3 letters are right. And you can be Morgan.
All right.
I don't know if
Flitwick.
Gray needs a...
It's better than Flitwick.
Flitwick,
Forgot about
tend to the
Flitwick.
horse. Flitwick, load the cabbages.
No.
Flitwick, shine my shoes.
So
I mean,
Dale,
Damn it, Flitwick.
for the better part of last session, our bard had convinced a farmer that the dwarf was Flitwick, his manservant, and his job was to basically handle jobs that somebody named Flitwick would handle. I don't know, fill in the blanks. Your name is Flitwick. Your life can't be that great.
I believe it was it Davy Archibald.
Yeah.
Archibald, yeah.
Awesome.
It went so well.
Uh,
Gray, are you just called Gray?
yes.
It's better than
That's-
Grey Lady.
No more pocket meat for you.
No stone reaction. After like that like awkward like reaction to it though, so I give you like that blank stare, I will say it's not the name I had at birth, it's the name I carry now.
Okay.
Well, Gray, what are your intentions to do in town here?
Trying to remember exactly what because I was put on a task. So yeah, it is. I was actually tasked. Let's see, Scions of the Shattered Helm. So I was actually. So I tell you, I was tasked to come to Woodley and to solve the problems here. I arrived in Woodley, and it seems the town is the problem itself.
So that's how you got to the whole destroying the town thing to cure it?
At first, I thought the disease was the will of the Grey Lady. You've informed me otherwise. It seems as though some terrible people are the ones that are causing this disease. In
There's a
which
lot-
case,
Oh. Well, there's a lot of layers to you then. We're finding out more and more about our new friend Gray.
Wait, chat has already discovered
There
that.
are, in fact, 50
Chat
Shades
has-
of Grey.
Chat has already discovered that his birth name was Flitwick, and that's why you're getting all these nasty looks and everything.
Yep.
oh, I see that. Oh, I was a gnome. So, yeah. So, and more or less, it's just like, yeah, I assumed at first that the disease, because she's like the Grey Lady, she's what, life, death, disease, and poison, right? So I assumed that the disease was her will, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, let everybody die, goddess of death and disease, right? But if it's not that, then my complete demeanor to the whole situation would change, and I'd be more like, okay, these are terrible people, and they need to be dealt with.
Oh, yeah. Basically, Strange Nut, when turned into powder and fed to people, turns them into zombies, also gives symptoms a bit like the Weeping Rot, but like 10 times worse, and makes people die. Something like that.
And you are here to solve it? Then I am here to aid you. Disease that is spread by the will of the Grey Lady is one thing. Disease that is spread by the will of man, it's a disgrace to her.
Okay.
I'm not sure this is the will of man. Something,
Yeah. 1 second. I beckon for the rest of the group to get in a group huddle. Is Nosson still here?
Nasan
he's
is
in-
still here.
He's in the
Okay.
room.
He
Yeah.
sighs and he leans forward as you do this.
Okay, I want to like get in a group huddle, but I'm so short I basically like hug people's legs. So guys,
Don't
what
hug
do
my
you think?
legs.
I move my hand and I'm like, move it up. No, move it down. Ankle. Guys, so what do we think? Like, yes? No?
Why
Seems
don't
like
we-
he could help us.
You trying to replace yourself? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm trying to save your immortal soul, but, you know, small task first.
Are you saying that you want this guy to come with us?
I mean, he seems to know what's going on here. And Mary Shelby did... The letter he showed me was actually Mary Shelby's handwriting, so...
Seems like he's on our side.
Like, the dead woman who kind of died to instigate everything that happened here vouches for him.
We've got to get that book back.
Yeah.
If you're done
so
having your
about
fun over
that,
there.
How did that book turn up here exactly? And I look at Adavi, I look at Mormond, I look at Adavi, I look at Mormond.
I know. I know why he had it. We all know.
No, I don't. How did that book turn
You
up
were there!
here?
You were there!
I said you should burn it or something.
But Dax was there when we gave her the book. I'm pretty sure.
Not the
Pretty
super
sure everyone was
necromancer
in the
one.
room.
You came back afterwards and had a conversation to her about me there.
Well, in that case, I rescind my previous statement. I say we found it in the cave. We thought that if we gave it to her, she could learn a way to fight them.
Or was I there? I can't remember now. You've got me confused.
Good lord.
I
Do we
think
need
I
a
was.
GM ruling
Okay.
here?
Fair
thing
enough, in
is,
which
though,
case I
you
was.
You kept running off and doing other stuff, though. Like sometimes you were in the back of the room, sometimes you left.
True.
Mm.
Okay, fair enough. Great, you're in.
You're in. What?
Adavi, let's go get food.
Yeah. It's marketplace food or waltzing cat food.
I think we should stay out of the public for now if we can.
We'll talk to the blind man, see what we can make.
Oh God.
Grave, you got a preference for food? Do you like cabbage?
Food is food.
There we go. Shall we? Collect the bowl.
Traveling along.
Yeah.
So as you leave, Nasan grabs your shoulder, Dax, very quickly as you're all going out the door. Dax,
Hello.
keep an eye on Adavi for me, will you? I can't explain the situation for now, but I can't be seen walking around the streets of Woodley.
Why? I mean, surely none of us can really be seen walking around the streets of Woodley, considering we're probably all wanted.
Wonderful.
My predicament is somewhat more severe than that.
Wait, your predicament is more severe than the entire town that wants to kill you and string you up because you're related to a necromancer who you actually gave the book to.
You don't understand the quality of the man who has arrived here in Woodley.
Did you
Surely
steal something
you
from
saw...
him?
I won't go into it for now.
Did you download
But you
illegal movies or something?
My point is, Dex, that it is unsafe for me to be with the group. Suffice it to say, he will kill every single one of us, including Adavi, to get to me. And so the easiest way for me to protect the rest of the group is to lay low for now.
I would like
I'll
to
be here in
check the hell out of
Holstar's
him.
home. Sure.
Twelve.
I see that 20 just lingering there.
I know.
It wanted it. It wanted it. With a 12, you sense no deceit in his voice. He seems like he's being earnest with you right now. And what's more is you see fear written across his face, which is not an emotion you're actually particularly used to seeing from Nasan.
Is it the spear? I mean,
Does my spear have to do with... No. The man's name is Xiao Fang. He's an acquaintance from another life. Unfortunately, he's found me here.
What's his job?
He mills it about for a moment as though searching for the words in the common tongue, because he does speak Nyanma as his native tongue. Well,
he used to have a normal profession. Now his job is hunting me.
Dax, come on. We gotta go.
Just go,
Okay,
Dax.
okay, no,
Suffice,
son.
just...
Where you gonna stay here?
He nods.
Okay, we'll like bring you like packages of food or whatever, or anything you need. I'm sure Adavi will check in via his weird telepathy occasionally.
I have the supplies I need. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Bye. Don't stab
He
anyone.
doesn't say anything as you walk out. You see a small smile cross his face when you tell him not to stab anyone on the way out.
Fair enough.
And with that, you head out
Was
into
it-
the street.
Was that conversation within earshot, so I now know the situation?
He was whispering, so if you want to make me a perception check, I can oppose you guys. And it's a tough situation playing a PC's character right now and trying to get them like out of the
20.
equation because you don't know what to give up and what they would be okay with.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You got a 20. Okay. So let's see how he does.
Wait, I'm sorry, Splat. You don't have a plot yeti hanging out inside this dwarf's place? No.
Plot Yeti.
Plot.
So, yeah,
you always
Delric-
need a plot yeti.
when I was playing with Lost Initiative, he took a Yeti and just dragged the player off the cliff. He was just like, "Yep, not in this part of the campaign." Plot Yeti. Like his player character was like the skier on like that Microsoft ski game, and then the Yeti just was like boing 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 boing, ran across and just ate him.
No.
Did you see there's a way to cheat? Did you see there's a way to cheat that Yeti? You can
Yeah, I
actually
saw
run
that.
away from it permanently. It blew my mind.
There's also like a thing. Apparently, there's a combination of keys you can push or something like that. Somebody posted it on Reddit the other day, and I was like, "What? I've spent my whole life getting eaten by the goddamn Yeti playing that game, and I didn't even know you could get past him." But it's like a weird. It's like almost like a cheat code, almost like you press some keys or something and he goes away. But
Good
yeah,
old
I
ski
had heard
free.
about that. Ski free. Man, I have to go download that now after this stream. I really want to play ski free now. So yeah, Mormons.
Hello. Well, hello
you
there, old
hear
man.
you hear the conversation pretty well, actually. And so you are appraised of everything that Dax just heard. His stealth roll to try and keep it under his breath was pretty good, but your perception blew it out of the water.
It's a beard power.
He's
I was
got
paying
those,
attention to see if anyone noticed as we were leaving that I poked a hole in that painting.
So mean.
But
Van
having
Helsing.
heard the conversation, I accept it and don't need to ask anyone what's going on.
All right, so you walk out into the street. It's about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, approaching evening. The sun is starting to go down towards the horizon. Sky's getting a little bit orange. The fog appears to have burned off a little bit. That hallmark fog that we've seen so much during this campaign seems to have burned off a little bit, but as the sun gets lower, it starts to collect a little bit thicker in the streets. Where do you
Does
want to
it,
go? What do you want to do?
Does it have the same odd sense about it that the fog always had?
It does.
Okay.
Oh, we go find the old man, or
I presume we're going for the old man's place. Yeah, we're just following Dax at this point.
Yep.
Without too much trouble, Dax, you lead them to the west side of the market, and you do see Christopher sitting there, looking around, actually squinting and having a hard time seeing. But he's
hello there, old man.
the rest of the group. When Dax addresses Christopher, you see an old man in a brown cloak turn, a long white beard, long white hair that just
He's
kind
a
of
wizard.
it all assimilates into one big mass. He's leaning on a gnarled, burled staff that probably goes up about to rib height, and he's leaning on it, and it shakes slightly. He appears to be perhaps in his 70s, his middle 70s, which for a medieval world is pretty good. Not a lot of people make it to that age. Yes. Did you give him your name? I can't recall if you gave him your name.
I told him I was James.
James.
Hmm.
Is that you, James?
Yes, it is, my good man. Christopher, welcome, my crew. This is Adam, Morgan, and Greg.
Sure. Adam, Morgan, and Greg, you're welcome in my home if you're friends of James. As you no doubt can tell, the streets of Woodley are dangerous, so please, let's be on our way and we can
Don't
talk
worry,
further.
my footmen are well trained, and Greg here is my personal bodyguard.
So you must be a merchant of some means if you've a personal bodyguard.
at this, you're actually walking right now.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I would have hitched Oscar back up to the cart and brought the cart with us.
I was about to ask.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, well, a little bit here, a little bit there. Times are hard these days, but you do what you can.
Surely enough. It's getting harder, I would assume.
Christopher, what is the town seems a little zealous at the moment. Well, what's been going on?
A changing of the guard, as it were. They found a necromancer working in the temple, or so they say. Father Grigor, actually quite pleased with himself. He's the one that actually levied the claim and found whatever evidence it was in her office that was, incriminating.
I'm just keeping quiet to this, not looking very happy with myself.
Father Grigor.
Yes,
wow, that is a horrific claim, necromancy. I didn't realize things in Woodley were so foul. I had heard that the weeping rot had been worse here than elsewhere, but I didn't realize necromancy was involved.
Well, I suppose it remains to be seen. I've lived a long life, and sometimes I get the feeling that, jumping to conclusions is never a good way to do business.
He stops for a moment, and you see him kind of crane his neck in his view to try and isolate where he is.
The people of Woodley are not in their right mind right now. I fear for the safety of outsiders, and I feel it is my duty to help those that might be victims to whatever current the city seems to be caught up in. I would keep your inquiries limited among the townsfolk. They are scared, and more importantly, ignorant, and the two are somewhat of a firebrand.
He continues walking.
Well, it's awfully generous of you to take us in like that. Certainly, protecting any outsiders who come in might put a mark on you, though. The people notice your outward generosity and housing of outsiders.
I've lived here all my life, and that affords me a certain luxury when it comes to my kinfolk and fellow Woodleyans. They don't question me much, and I don't question them. When you reach my age, you find there's a base level of respect afforded.
You don't look a day past 80.
I'm 72.
All the better.
Sitting on top of Oscar, I clap Adavi over the back of the head. Oh, Adam, you should be more, polite to our illustrious host. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything, Christopher. I'm sorry. He comes from a simple town.
No offense taken. I know what I look like. My home, here we are.
As you walk past the temple, about 40 yards past the temple, with the temple on your right, you see a home. And while it's not a lavish place to live, it does appear to be a stone cottage of reasonable quality. By comparison to the shanty town that extends out from the east side of the market, this is an absolute mansion. And so he walks to the front door and producing a large brass key from his pocket, you hear a click as the door squeaks open.
Please, make yourselves comfortable. There was cabbage, yes.
Oh, yes. Plenty of cabbages. I believe James knows more about it than anyone. He is the cabbage connoisseur, as
they call me the cabbage connoisseur. Also the cabbage king. Many names. But yes, Morgan, if you want to bring the cabbages in for dinner. Greg, you want to check out the house. Adam, if you want to park the wagon up nearby.
Nice, sir.
Christopher just walks inside the house.
Of course. Come along. You're a literative one.
He says to James.
When you dole out the instructions for things, like the fact that you just called me Greg and gave me the order, you can tell just like went over my head because I heard you say it earlier, but then I just wasn't really paying attention. Like I wasn't listening for the name Greg. So you say that and like you just kind of keep moving, and I totally did not listen to what you said. It becomes very apparent.
Greg. Sorry, Greg can be rather hard of hearing occasionally. Greg.
I know the feeling.
Huh? And then like I realize you're talking to me.
Check out the house to make sure there are no intruders. do a little bit of reconnaissance.
Ah, yes.
And times are
And
dodgy
then-
around here right now.
With that, I pull out my warhammer and I walk in the door with my warhammer out in my hand.
You don't happen to live with
Christopher
anyone, do you,
sees this, he
Christopher?
goes-
He doesn't see this. He doesn't see this. He's blind.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, he
Checking
turns
out the
around
house.
and seeing a hammer-wielding man walk into the house. He's like,
Fancy a little carpentry? I don't think there are too many repairs to be done. I've recently had it handled.
Just the cabbage. He walks past you back outside with his hands extended, as though someone's expected to put cabbage in his hands.
I've gone and grabbed some from the cart.
Okay, so taking an armful of cabbage, he walks back inside the house, and he moves around the back. The main area of the house is just open, and there's herbs and spices and garlic and a chicken all hanging plucked from the ceiling there. Like all the sundries that you would need in order to cook, with a large rectangular table in front, heavily built from what appears to be maybe oak or some kind of other heavy
I
wood.
go over to Mormond and I whisper, "Oh dear, if Davy sees this."
And without a word, he actually produces a large iron, not too large, not so large as needing a mount, but with surprising strength for an old man. He picks up a very thick iron cauldron and places it on top of the wooden table and just begins plucking objects. Now that he's back inside of his element, it's almost as like he doesn't see things. He just knows where they are with the cataracts on his eyes. And he's just moving around quickly, shredding the cabbage, grabbing little bits of garlic. And actually, he goes into a drawer and produces what appears to be salted beef of some kind or some kind of salted pork and puts that into the pot.
Have you ever heard the story of stone soup?
Have we heard
No.
the story?
No.
Well, suffice it to say, it's a story from where... Well, I'm not originally from the Vagrant Isle. I came here a long time ago as a boy, but it was a story my mother used to tell about how a child tricks a village into providing him with dinner. I thank you for your contribution. I can't promise you a delicious stone soup, but I can say that I've experience in cooking, and so it'll probably be several hours. Please, make a fire for me in the hearth, would you?
Morgan, if you want to be so good as to do that.
Of course, sir. I'm giving him a look whenever he gives me an order of like, God damn it. I go over and help with the fire.
You start the fire pretty easily. If you want to make a survival check, you can. If you don't want to, we can just make a fire. It's making a
We'll
fire. I don't want
see.
to make you roll to wash hands.
I want to see if I get a 1 and I burn the house down.
Oh,
right.
come
Burn the
on!
beard, like
Burn the
your
house
new
down.
beard, you put it like in front of you and you just like use it as
16.
kindling.
You very quickly, actually, producing some tinder and a fire striker from your pack. You create a fire very, very rapidly. Within a few moments, you've got it roaring and blazing just fine. Looking at the stonework of the hearth, you give it a good pat. This is good stonework, and you can tell that using your skill. You've assembled hearths like this one before. Yours are better, obviously, because they're dwarvish, but this one's pretty good for humans.
It gets the Mormon seal.
man.
The Mormon seal of approval.
The condescending nod of approval.
I think it's a hearth, definitely.
You did your best, humans.
With that, he motions to Gray and he says, "Please, if you could help me." And it appears as though at this point, he needs everything. He has everything, but he needs water. He motions out
The well across the street. If you could draw 2 buckets of water for me, please.
I will. Greg, do you want to just accompany me to the door for a second?
It's like you. So you say the name, and like a solid second passes, and then like he reacts, like he realizes that was him this time, and he turns and he just kind of grunts like, "Hmm."
Go out to the door, get some buckets. Now, I'm a little bit concerned that the fact that when we found this, like, zombifying weeping rot powder before, they'd always dissolved it in water, like in the water supply. So... I look around, make sure, like, no one can see us at the front of the house right now. Can we? I don't know what the relation is to the street.
His house is off the main street and near
Okay.
the temple, so it's an area with some foot traffic. There are
Okay.
people milling about now.
I lead Greg around to effectively like the back of the house, like when like no one can see, and then And I pull up my sleeve so that you can see the manacle that's now got like symbols to the Grey Lady scratched into it.
Gotcha.
And then I do create water.
Okay.
Which I believe
is that a cantrip?
No, it's a first level spell that I can pick as my cleric. And I picked it for today because I knew that going into this area I'd like to have some water. I'm just gonna find create water.
So as you go to cast a spell, can I roll to see know what he's casting before he casts it?
Sure. You can do a Arcana check, please.
Arcana check, absolutely. Woohoo! I'm rolling terrible. Oh my god.
That's a 4.
Oh man, this is.
Yeah.
I don't think I've rolled above like a 6 so far. This is terrible. So I will let you continue doing what you're doing, but I will say to you. Actually, I don't say anything, so I'll just let you do what you're doing.
Okay. You can create up to 30 gallons of water.
Jesus
30?
Christ.
I thought it was 10.
He was just
Says
what a shower too. Like, what's going on here?
I thought it was 10, but needless to say, all I want to do is create enough water
Oh
that we
wait,
can...
this is the level 3. I'm sorry. They've got 2 listings for create food and water. Is this create or destroy water? Is that what you're casting?
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one's going to give you
10 gallons
you
of
can
water.
create or destroy up to 10. There you go.
Yeah. So basically, I want to fill up like every open container. Like, so I get out like all the like bottles and stuff and the water satchels and stuff that I've got. Make sure those fill up.
You see a large barrel along the side of the house if you wanted to do that.
I fill the barrel up. I fill basically every container that we have within range. And the idea is that effectively I'll make sure that everyone in the group like gets the water filled up from the spare water that we have now.
How many puppies are drowning in the barrel right now?
Oh, come on. Oh, dying puppies.
Nothing spruces up like dead puppies.
Yeah, well, it flavors the water at least. You know, you can.
Sure. That's true. Whether it's a good flavor or not remains to be determined.
I think Adali has enough puppy fat going on for the moment, though.
Oh.
And with that, you fill up all the water, and you take it back inside, and use that to fill the cauldron. Gray, you assist him in now taking the even heavier cauldron on over to the water and affixing it to a mount that's in there that appears to have seen a lot of use, and in fact appears to be quite ancient. And from there, the soup begins to boil and cook, and we'll be taking our break at this point. A fair bit of RP in today's session. I'm planning on that's basically the way it's going to go from here on out, unless you guys really get into trouble. I don't know if there's going to be a knifing or stabbing today, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We may have to get our Michael Schofield on, but we'll be back in like 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you for stopping on in, everybody. We are Roll4It, the tabletop RP group. We play Shadowrun on Sundays and D&D on Fridays. We will see you all in about 10 minutes. Go get your drink, your smoke, whatever it is, and we'll see you back here. Bye, everybody.
Good old boiled puppy stew.
Oh, you hadn't started. I thought you had started.
Hi, we're live.
Put on your
Hi,
put on
everyone.
your
Damn
weasel
it.
chin strap.
Put your shame
Got
back
it.
on, Bentham. Put your
Got
shame
it.
back
Going.
on.
Back
All
in a
right,
sec.
so welcome on back to Roll For It, everybody, where Bentham is rapidly trying to put on a beard underneath his desk.
Force grow the beard.
when we left the party, they were about to have dinner, and so we find them gathered together right now around the table with Christopher, an old man who's offered to give them his home right now as kind of a base of operations when Woodley is going through troubling times. And so, before too long, Adavi, your nose is just assailed by the smell of something you haven't had like a good cooked meal in a while because you've been on the road. And this, you were initially suspicious because it's cabbage, and you're not really excited about cabbage. But in every way,
I love it. Sorry,
It's like
Scott.
a young
I love the
Santa
beard.
Claus.
Like I'm genuinely, I love that beard. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like the same texture and color, and it's like perfect. It's on point.
Works so well. I'm keeping it.
but it's time for dinner. He starts slowly putting clay bowls in front of all of you, filled to the brim with this steaming. I mean, it appears to be some kind of pork soup or beef stew.
I check the bowls for powder before we put stuff in them.
Sure. Give me a alchemy check.
A what?
Yeah, I was like, what?
Alchemy? Is that not a thing
No.
anymore? Let me take a
No,
look.
it's
Let me see
It's
what's
an
applicable.
investigation check or an arcana.
Sure, do investigation. That's fine. Arcana investigation. It all sounds good to me.
You can
I
just
played a
make
lot of
stuff up.
3.5. I played a lot of
5.
3.5, and so it's like making the jump. There's
You
a
can
lot
add
of powder in the soup. Some
No,
of
no.
it looks like garlic.
No,
Some of it looks like
In the
pepper.
bowl, when the soup's not in it, I just want to check for powder in the bowl before the soup goes
Yeah.
in.
Is
Oh,
it is
you
the
didn't
bowl
see that part.
laced
It's too
before the
late. He brought
liquid
the
is
bowls
added?
out done.
Oh.
No. I wanted to check them when he was doing it. Like, throughout the process, I want to make sure that no powder got put into the soup.
With that check, you have no idea. You keep
Okay.
getting distracted by Adavi's shenanigans. You're trying to like swat his hand away from like the garlic.
Put that
hanging
down,
from the ceiling.
Adam. No, Adam, no,
it's
that's
just-
not. That's raw. No, Adam. Oh.
I'm already
You don't-
tasting so many things.
Don't even worry about it, EE, because as soon as the bowls start coming out and getting placed on the table, I'll actually reach into my side satchel where I pulled the Bible out from, or the what is it, the Shattered Helm, the Tome of the Shattered
Yeah.
Helm before. So I pull out another tome from inside there. This one is significantly darker. It also has that same the symbol of the Gray Lady on it, but it's a significantly darker tome made of like much darker leather or material, almost as though like some of the light around the tome is being pulled into it. So I'll actually take this tome out and I'll place it on the table in front of me, and I'll stand up and open up the tome, and then I'll say, "Before we eat, we will say our thanks to the Gray Lady," and I'll actually begin to pray over the food. Now, while I imagine some people might be annoyed at the idea of listening to a prayer before having to eat, this prayer is a little ridiculous. It doesn't roll on for like, 15, 20 seconds. No, it actually goes for a full 10 minutes. The prayer just goes on for a full 10 minutes as I pray over the food. Some of it is said in common. Some of it is said in other languages, as I'm just giving many thanks to the Gray Lady and the food that she's allowed us to eat before us. And in doing this prayer, it's actually a ritual of me casting Purify Food and Drink. So aside from, I imagine, Adavi or whoever else didn't want to wait, you're good.
All right, so who waits, and how do you respond to this man now he's giving you a 10-minute homily or whatever it is that he's doing right now.
I look
You
at
may all
Mormons
react
like-
however you see fit.
But like the first minute, I just sit there respectfully. I'm like, fair enough. This is some sort of.
I would like to make an Arcana
thing.
check to check that this is a spell.
Sure, go ahead.
Does it
you
look
can
like
also do
I'm
that,
waiting?
Adavi.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do in a second, Davi.
I
Natural
do.
20.
Oh!
Natural
that's
20, baby.
amazing. Oh, that's
You
amazing.
I
recognize-
Arcana too.
Yes,
That's
everybody
amazing.
can Arcana since it does have actually. Does it have a verbal/somatic component? Do you wiggle your fingers or anything?
I don't believe there's a somatic component, but I'm checking. Spells checking right now. Purify Food and Drink. Oh, it is a somatic component. Yep.
Okay,
So
so
you're-
as he moves his hands,
Doing like my prayers or however I would do it to the Gray Lady.
sure. As he moves his hands, you can all make Arcana checks. Obviously, Dax, you instantly see what he's up to. You
As
recognize
I
the
see
gestures
that and I see
and the
Davi's about to
motions.
start eating, I go, Davi, you... Davi, Adam, you really should wait to eat your food. I mean, it's only polite, and I cast suggestion.
Oh!
PvP!
Oh, that's amazing! Oh, that's amazing!
Make me a
Oh,
wisdom
that's so-
save, Adavi. Make me a wisdom save.
Fuck you. 12.
Yes!
It sticks, and so you suggest a course of action to Adavi.
My course of action
which
is he
that
waits
should
until the
wait.
prayer is over before he eats.
I
Adavi-
have so much food on my hands right now, and I'm just.
Oh,
As he says that,
God.
you drop the food back into the bowl, and you're like, yeah, that does seem like a good idea. I'll be respectful. You're still really hungry, though. But for some reason, you seem to have found a well of constitution inside yourself to resist an urge you've never resisted before.
My body looks eating itself right now, and it's Dax's fault.
And then I
Look at
looked
Adavi in
pointedly at
shock and
Mormon.
amazement. I'm like, what? You
It's,
just put down food.
Morgan,
this is the fate.
let
this is
him
the
finish
fate.
his prayer.
Mormon notices Adavi's face is screaming silently.
Screams internally.
Of course, but I'm looking at Adavi like,
If you think about it, that's the worst hell that Adavi could ever be in. There's delicious steaming food in front of him, and you've just trapped him in limbo. He can't eat it. He just has to sit there and stare at it for 10 goddamn minutes.
I lean across the table. I'm like, well, I'm sorry, Adam. Is your food too hot? And I blow it so the vapor like goes straight up his nose.
is this enough for me to twig that this is Dax is doing?
Arcana check. You can see what's going on because let me see if suggestion has
I
a
want
somatic
to use
component.
sleight of hand to cast it, by the way.
Okay, go ahead and roll your sleight of hand then. Oh, it doesn't have a somatic
no,
component.
it's
so you're
just
good.
verbal and material. So it's just verbal. Literally, I just suggested.
Yeah,
to him.
it's just verbal.
Yeah.
It just seems like he made a suggestion and Adavi followed it. You can insight it if you want.
I was
But
gonna
it's
say
going to be
that,
tough to
that, that
identify.
I'll try.
that's one of those awesome spells that it doesn't have written into the context that you instantly know what happened afterwards, like Charm Person. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
which is
but now it's
awesome.
3.
Yeah.
Bentham, you're not sure, but Adavi seems to be going along with it. Normally, he's really not disrespectful or, I mean, he doesn't seem to listen to anybody but Nasan, and even that seems to be kind of tumultuous. And so, whatever. Adavi is apparently swinging a little bit more orderly tonight, and you accept it for what it is.
As
I'm like,
my body
well, I guess-
consumes itself.
I'm just thinking to myself, I guess Adavi takes his religious stuff more seriously than I thought, huh? And I sit there and wait for the ritual to finish.
It's okay. Dax sends Gray will convert the whole party.
Yep.
One spell at a time.
Pretty
Oh,
soon, nobody's going to be chaotic anymore. They're all going to be lawful.
That's right.
I don't know.
Working the will of the Gray Lady.
I like neutral.
Like the Grey
but-
Lady meant it.
Yeah.
Well, the Grey
Oh,
Lady's
that's funny.
lawful neutral. I use her as a lawful neutral god, whereas Amaleth would be more of the... He'd be up at the chaotic good, neutral good area. And then
Yeah.
if you were going for lawful good, that would be Saint Tremeus. But we haven't gotten into the lore entirely yet, and so it's like,
I mean, I worship
Grey-
aspects of the Grey Lady at the same time as I'm trying to avoid others, so I'm happy being good. But lawful.
Oh, actually, I was going to ask, could I roll to see if I understood that he cast suggestion on advice? I maybe disadvantage because I'm casting a spell, or is that not even an option because I'm in the middle of doing my ritual?
But you're not going to recognize the spell either way because it didn't have any component. It's a tough one to identify.
Yeah, you're not sure
It's a
about
spell
Adavi,
spell.
like how Adavi would react to that. Like maybe Adavi just generally does wait for prayers.
Gotcha.
So after 10 minutes, if you all wait for it, does everyone wait for 10 minutes? Obviously, Adavi, your hands are kind of tied right now.
I'm looking a little bit towards the end, like, does that ever finish? I don't say it. I'm just looking around like, wild.
I accidentally put the spoon on the edge of my bowl, and I accidentally put my hand down on it, and it flicks a little bit of gravy over the side of Adavi's cheek.
Oh, come on. That's just... Oh, you're cruel.
After 10 minutes, the prayer ends. And looking around, you're finally able to eat, but your soup is cold now. It's not as hot as it was. And you look over at Christopher, and he's just leaning forward, and you hear... He fell asleep. He dozed off in the middle.
Awesome.
Is it 10 minutes yet?
It is. You can eat now.
Oh my
The thing
God.
is over.
Oh my God, my face is in the bowl. Just, I don't care. Utensils. No. Ain't got time for utensils.
That's
I'm
awesome.
dying here.
I happily enjoy my cold meal since all my meals are served cold.
It must be difficult. You guys don't have like a burner or anything like that, or like a hot plate for those long prayers.
Does anybody have prestidigitation?
That work?
I do
No,
next level, but not this level.
Just sort of, everybody wants prestidigitation, and they're constantly lamenting that they didn't take it.
It's funny. I actually had it on my original spell selection, and I was like, "Nah, I don't need that one. I'm going with this one instead." And I actually grabbed Chill Touch instead, and I was so happy I did. It's like my first action. So
you're left basically alone because Christopher is unconscious right now, sleeping, sitting up. Just the four of you around the table eating your cabbage soup. How do you want to proceed?
I mean,
I don't know about you guys, but I'm eating all the soup, all of it.
So while I'm sitting there eating, unless I'm engaged in conversation, I'm going to actually pull out some papers or whatever, and I'm actually going to start keep taking notes and writing something down, like I'm keeping writing in something. If somebody tries to look over my shoulder, I'm actually writing in Tarabi, so it's not in common.
Okay.
I just want to check the wording on a spell real quick.
Yeah. I mean, if you want, you can cast it for 10 minutes.
Are you trying to do this?
He wants comprehensive languages.
Yeah, I would like to cast... I walk out the room to just go to the toilet. I take 10 minutes, and outside the room, I ritual cast Comprehend Languages as a ritual.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay, after 10 minutes, I would definitely be done writing the notes that I was writing, and we'll have rolled it up and put it back away into my pack.
Okay.
That's fine. That's a risk I took. Cool.
You, Mormon. What are you up to? Mormon and Adavi.
Well, I look over to Christopher and be like, we wake him up, maybe? To the others.
It's his house. Let him sleep, I say, as I reach over and I take the old man's bowl of stew and start eating that too.
I give him a look of seriously.
I mean, there's plenty still left in the cauldron. It's not that big of a loss. And the stuff in the cauldron is hot still, whereas this is cold soup.
Yeah, but that's not been blessed yet or whatever.
That's true. There's another 10-minute prayer to get there.
Yeah.
It's like cubic feet of food. So, I mean, it's like a considerable amount of food that the prayer, let's see, purified food and drink is 5-foot radius is what it is of all the food and drink within a 5-foot radius. So, I don't know, whatever that covers, if it was outside of that radius.
That could be a lot of food.
That could be a lot of food. Like, that could be
I mean,
like
if I did it, if my character was like, oh, I'm going to be courteous to make sure everybody gets their meal nice and hot, I would have purified the pot of food in front of me. However, that would have countered the idea of the bowl being laced with the powder beforehand. So, it's like you can have hot food and take a chance. You can have cold food and be safe. You're welcome.
Or just make sure you're in the radius for everything. Get everything at the same time.
As the bowl slides across the table, Christopher, he starts.
Sorry, it's been a long day. But yes, the situation in Woodley. If you've any questions, I can do my best to answer them. Where did I... Oh, I see.
He sees that you've taken his bowl, and he stands up and goes and gets another one.
Does he see that he's taken the bowl?
Yep.
He's not blind.
No, he's not completely blind.
We already know he's not, he can see hammers.
He's just got cataracts.
Okay.
Is that all he can see, though? Can he only see hammers? Is everything a hammer to him? Is a hammer talking to him when he speaks to someone? Come on.
Yep.
You can just tell when something is or isn't a hammer.
He's a hammer detector.
To be fair, it is a war hammer. It's rather large,
Oh.
As he walks over, he's,
yes. Outside we were before we arrived at the... Oh, yes. Yes, Father Grigor. He was the one that he was the one that found the evidence in Mary Shelby's office. That's a confusing situation. He seems rather proud of himself. Seems to be happy that he's rooted out his first heretic. It's curious. I used to see Miss Shelby for my prayers on the weekly, and she didn't seem like the sort. As I understand it on the mainland, a kind of war hero. But in any case, she was saying something about the masonry at the last time I spoke with her. One of the statues, I think she was having trouble. It looked like the base was coming apart or something of the kind. Oh no.
Statue?
Yes, of the Grey Lady, the one that's on the left side of the altar. I noticed it. I'm not particularly good with my eyesight, but for some reason, it bothered me.
As you can tell, as he's pulling the block, he taps the hearth.
I've an eye for stonework. Used to be what I did when I was younger. In fact, made this
It's a bit of
hearth
an odd
myself.
Wow, that's impressive. I'll actually look at the hearth with appreciation when he says that.
It's a really nice hearth.
Mhm.
Like, even by modern standards, that hearth would be pretty awesome if it was in your house. It would probably aid the real estate value.
Are you offering to come and build a hearth into my home, Splat? I mean,
I have a family man. I know a guy. I'm just saying. And I may or may not get a commission. I'm just saying.
So obviously I'm very interested in the idea of whether it be shattered or otherwise, Lady Grey statue. So
Sure.
I won't say anything at the moment, but I will toss a pointed look over at Dax or James.
I'm not in the room at the moment. I have to go outside to do my 10-minute thing, I assume.
Oh, I thought you were back.
Am I back?
Sure, you're back, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm back.
Toss a pointed look over, like that's definitely something we should investigate. Kind of look, because that's a look. Like,
Oh, that does sound interesting.
Well, I've got, so, as you can see, my home is not large. However, you're more than welcome to make yourself comfortable in this room by the hearth if you like. Or there's a side room there that I sometimes use when I read. But please, make yourselves comfortable. I hope you've enjoyed your meal. I'm going to retire for the evening. Good luck with whatever you're up to in Woodley. I suppose I'll see you in the morning?
He asks a pointed question, the way that the intonation of his voice rises upwards near the end, inflects.
Oh, yes. How much do we owe you, by the way, to just cover the food and board?
Oh, don't worry about it. You've contributed to Stone Soup tonight, and you've paid your way. I will see you all in the morning.
Oh, thank you
with
very
that,
much.
now I know that this in this city that the Mary herself was the one that kind of like ran the church here. Was she the only representative of the church here, or is there still a temple that's being run, or blah blah blah?
Gregor is still running the temple.
Father Grigor was in charge of the temple beforehand. You would know this from your investigations. When the Scions came in, she became the appointed representative in charge of the church as well, because the Scions are both a governmental and religious organization. And so essentially you've got yourself kind of a, well, basically it's a...
Theocracy.
God. What's that? Theocracy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Basically a theocracy. And so they replaced both the guard with their appointed servants, and also the people in the church would be replaced. And that was Mary Shelby was given control of the church over Father Grigor. And so he'll be back in control now that she's out of the picture.
Do I have a judgment of this man, or no, not at all?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, cool. So, I'm in the statue that seemed like it was broken at the bottom. Was that back at the church itself?
It is. It's inside the church, and it's going to be alongside the altar at the center.
Is it possible that I could swing by the church and get lodgings from there, as opposed to staying here with this old man in his home, or is that not an option?
Yes. Out of character, you are a member of a religious order that is formally sanctioned by the government, and so the rest of the characters don't know this, so don't metagame. But yes, you would be able to do that, actually.
So with that, and them thanking, Dax thanking for the hospitality of the old man. I will say thanks for the meal to him, and I will actually press up and say, however, I will take lodgings elsewhere, and then I'll actually to Dax, I'll
Greg, where are you planning on getting lodgings?
A word outside.
Okay.
And so I step outside with you, and I will say, our faith will give me home and housing. I will look into the statue, and I also want you to know I was in fact sent here as a scout for an army that was being put together by the capital to be brought to this city.
Okay.
I've been keeping track of things happening, and I have messages for them. However, should I be captured with potential fugitives between now and when they arrive, they might not get the word that they were looking for. So I will spend my night away from you in case it brings danger to me, and so therefore danger to the nation.
Where are you? You're going to get lodgings at the temple?
A stone floor will suffice so long as it's the house of the lady.
The problem being that this Father Gregor guy, he handed Mary Shelby in, and he seemed pleased with it. It's possible that... Did we... Out of character, I haven't got a chance to check the letters. Was Father Gregor mentioned in any of the letters that we had?
He was not.
He was not.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if he's been compromised or not. It could be problematic.
The old proverb about friends and enemies and proximity. And then with that, I place my hand on your shoulder, and I'll say a blessing to you. But obviously, being a cleric, you would know that my blessing to you is actually me casting guidance, and just like a blessing of the lady. And then I'll turn and I'll take my leave from this place to head back to the temple.
As you do, I cast guidance on you with the same blessing. We're basically repeating the next line of scripture, and also, I would like to inspire you with a hymn. To the Grey Lady.
Awesome.
Dax, make me a religion check, please, to sort of begin your deduction as to what order or what group he might be with. Because being allowed to stay at any temple and being allowed in would be something you just be like, people don't normally sleep in temples.
Now, I'm going to use guidance this because I have guidance.
Sure, go for it.
That would be a 9.
Hey, it's good to get guidance.
Yeah, with a 9.
Hey, yeah.
You know that the way the world works is that the church divides itself into a couple different chapters. There are those who watch, there are those who pray, there are those that fight. And so those are kind of the 3 different branches, that being the clergy, judges, and the military. Any member of those 3 groups in any official capacity could technically requisition aid from any temple, seeing as they were an official of the state. But you're not sure which part he would be of with that role. But you get that information just kind of as an obvious thing.
Yeah.
Out of game acolyte background.
So my hymn is, I'm going to try and do this on the fly, so this is going to be terrible. We 3 travelers from far away are, one with a turban, one who will spar, one with a beard, one who is feared. We travelers are, oh, incompetent idiots. We are adventurers and we're nuts. There we go.
That was
We're one of those.
That was
We're one
pretty
of those
good.
D&D tables. When the bard wants to cast a spell, he has to sing. It's required. Otherwise, you
All
just
pun.
freestyle
I want
bard.
to make
Otherwise,
Bear
your spell doesn't
Taffy
go off.
sing. Can I make Bear Taffy sing? Is that okay?
It's your
Is that a
show,
thing?
bro. You're the GM. You
Oh.
can do
Do
whatever
it.
you want to him. Force that
Like
dude
Bear,
to sing.
you must sing. I make him say the insults when he does like the
Cutting
what is it,
words.
vicious
Cutting
mockery
words.
or
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
the other ones. So it's like those ones I make him, but in general, like I'm just like, okay, yeah, you cast the spell. That's funny. That's awesome.
You have to
Bear
do
is
something
straight
to
the point.
inspire.
Yeah. And Bear's good too. Like he. So all right, that's awesome.
He's vicious with that mockery. He really is. He's like, you stupid ass.
Yeah.
And he like stabs him in the neck with a knife. It's like, well, shit.
Oh, that's so funny. So good. All right. So awesome. So I a genuine appreciation with that. So this is like when you return both the prayer and the hymn that's kind of like in the homage to the Grey Lady, you'll actually see the most emotion you get out of me at this point. I actually soften considerably, and I'll give you like a more a less formal and more like welcoming like farewell or see you tomorrow or whatever the case may be. Hasta mañana. And I'll take my leave.
Okay. You've got a D6 inspiration dice for the next 10 minutes. So, you know, really quick recon.
Hustle.
Yeah.
Hustle.
Okay.
Awesome.
So with that, we're going to cut to, this is going to be a little section specifically for Gray. So as Gray walks away, you head towards the temple. It's actually only about 40 yards down the street and across the way. The large temple looms up in front of you with its pillars and its braziers, or however the hell you say that word, the fireball thingies that are out in front. As you walk up the steps, you note that the 2 large double doors are actually sealed at the moment with a large lock on them. But looking into your pouch and being who you are, you quickly produce a key.
Okay.
How do you want to proceed?
I will go in.
Okay. So with a large clink, it's a very large padlock. You unlock it, move it to the side. There's kind of a ceremonial chain that connects the door on the side that you're supposed to sit the lock on when it's not in use. So you hang it up there in accordance to the way that you've been raised in the clergy. And opening the door, you find that it's very, very well oiled and well kept. There's no squeak. Normally doors squeak in medieval times. Nobody talks about that, but this one just slides open silently, and you're met with the inside of a temple like many of the others you've seen both on the mainland and here on the Vagrant Isle. Did your character come from the mainland as a clarification point, or have you always lived on the Vagrant Isle? Were you born here, or were you born there?
I am not from here.
Okay, cool. And so my position stands then. You've seen this before. As you walk inside, what do you want to do?
So one of the first things I want to do is if I see anybody of the faith, I'm going to give them a proper like greeting and a proper hello. I'll pay my respects to them, but I mean not like I'm a very stoic and non-conversational person in general. So it's more of like a hey, you know, to acknowledge them is like or say a prayer to them, whatever the case may be. But I'm poignantly looking for the statue. Like my character is kind of goal oriented, so if he has an idea in his head, he's going to follow it through.
Okay. So as you walk inside of the temple, you look forward and you do see the statues, one of Amaleth to the right and one of the Grey Lady to the left of the altar at the center where typically the different prayers and services and masses are given. But there doesn't appear to be anyone inside. Perception check, please.
Absolutely. Cool. Perception. Woohoo! Not good. Oh, wait. Hold on. I do have my guidance. Bam. Gonna roll D4.
Actually, guidance only lasts a minute, so...
Oh, that's right.
I'll
I'm gonna save my inspiration. I'll save my inspiration. Huh?
You can have your D4. It's cool.
Okay.
Got there
roll
quickly.
D4.
We'll put it like that.
Yep.
So 12. With the 12, you don't think anybody's here. The fact that you are familiar with the religious hierarchy and how places are sealed and whatnot, it appears as though Father Grigor is not here right now. And you don't think the next service is until tomorrow evening at the latest. Mm-hmm. However, you do know that priests do take residence here, so when he'll be back, you're not really sure.
I will make my way immediately over to the statue then. Again, just trying to like solve this mystery, if there is one. My mind could be just going crazy, and head straight over to the Grey Lady. Before I start searching it, though, I will look up at her and spend a couple moments saying a prayer to her and thanking her for all that she has done for me. And then I'll look down to start searching the base and see the broken area or whatever it is that he was talking about.
An investigation check, please.
Absolutely. I'm rolling a D6 with that. Yes. So
yes.
Investigation and D6.
Very nice. So with the 19, as you finish your prayer / apology / whatever it is, the ministration that you're saying to the statue before you investigate and rifle through it, you hear a slight grinding noise, almost as if stone is vibrating on top of stone. And looking down to the base of statue, sure enough, you see a brass plate on that facet that says, "Hold high the sun and smile," and it's the scripture, along with the notation of where it is in the Book of the Broken Helm. And kind of feeling around to the bottom of that, you find that one of the bricks someone has attempted to remortar it basically, but it hasn't quite set properly. And sliding the brick outwards, a piece of paper falls out in front of it.
Mm-hmm. I will grab the piece of paper and making sure that there's nothing else behind the brick or anything like that. Assuming there isn't, I will slide the brick back and I'll just place the paper into my pouch.
Okay, so as you're feeling around inside the hole, you also find a small book. It appears to be made of light brown leather, and it has been tied off with a blue ribbon. Or I'm sorry, a red ribbon with gold trim. I apologize. And then that's it. But that was actually kind of tucked back into kind of a recess in there. But that's all that you find. That appears to be everything.
So the book and the parchment thrown in the satchel, like the satchel I have that holds my other 2 tomes, immediately put the brick back. I will look back up at her and thank her for her guidance in finding whatever it was that she has kept for me. And I will find my place to to wherever it is I'm going to spend the night, whether it be a stone floor or an actual bed, wherever it might be.
Sure. As you stand up, perception check, please.
Absolutely. Though that's foreboding that you would even ask. No. Why can't I roll well? At least I got a good investigation. So.
The more you fear these rolls, the worse they're going to get.
Yeah, you just got to accept the fail. You got to accept the fail.
It's too many years of DMing. Oh, this is rolled off that 20. Oh, thank God.
Okay. So as you stand up and turn around, you hear a voice say, "Can I help you?" And you turn around to find a man wearing the gray robes of the clergy, belted off with kind of a velvet gold rope. It's a man who has a shaved head, completely bald, and a long beard which runs almost down to his waist. He looks at you for a moment. You were able to remove the lock, so I assume you're with the church? Welcome, brother.
I will say, again, a greeting in return and a prayer to him as my response.
Who has sent you? Are you from the capital? Or are you just a traveler?
I am from the capital.
I see. I'm Father Grigor. I'm in charge of this temple. Is there any way that I can assist you? Which part of the church are you assisting right now? Are you on business, or are you simply visiting?
I mean no offense, Father, but my business is my own. All I require of you is a place to rest my head for the evening. And if I may be so bold as to ask, if you or one of those that you command could give a prayer to the Grey Lady over my cloak that I wear to drape her blessings on me everywhere I go, to make sure that its mending stays sharp, so that she is always well represented.
Certainly, as is customary among our order. Welcome, brother. You can find to the side of the vestibule, we always keep rooms in reserve for members of the clergy or of the scions who are on business. Please leave your cloak at the altar, and I shall anoint it with the proper oils and give prayers to make sure that, as you say, the Grey Lady is properly represented. Please forgive our bit of disorder here. The city of Woodley has been in a transitional period, and so I've recently come into control of the temple again, and so we're trying to get things back in order.
When he says again, I will do my character is not exactly very deceptive, so I will raise a half eyebrow at that I'm sure he can see underneath the T part of the helm, but I do not question or linger beyond making obvious note of it.
Okay. And with that, he motions to the room and actually holds out his hands as though he's ready for you to present the cloak.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He takes the cloak. Will you be attending mass tomorrow? Are you a clergyman?
Who will be conducting this sermon?
Normally I would, but I think the townsfolk would like to see some fresh blood. If you'd like to give tomorrow's oration, by all means.
I would not, but I would love to hear the way that you pray to our Lady.
Certainly. Well, then I'll look for you. Rest well. He nods at you and then begins heading over to the altar. And he actually reaches behind it, and you can see that he's producing like vials of oil, and these are all in very, very ceremonial decanters and pitchers and things of that nature. He lights a few candles and flames about the altar and begins praying over your cloak.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. And with that, I'll actually go to wherever it was that he had gestured, and I will pass out. I am not going to read this yet because, as far as I've understood, that Dax seems to be the one that is kind of in charge of this. I've stepped into his investigation, and I'm not the kind of person that's going to step on the toes of a superior. So I will save the both the note and the book for when I bump into Dax.
I'll freeze his cow's ass, but I won't read his diary.
I didn't know it was his cow.
Okay, the rest of you were rejoined at Christopher's home, where after Gray has recently left, you're all standing about. I assume Adavi is still eating. What did everybody want to do? How do you want to proceed?
Well, seeing as Christopher's left us and we can drop the acts for now, I say, so what's the plan now? This is not the situation we were expecting to return to.
Wow.
I think we need to find Adborough, don't you?
He's in the prison. We could do some recon on the prison.
Yeah, sounds good. You're small.
I'll do some recon on the prison tonight.
If you can get in touch with him and come up with some sort of plan, that'd be good.
I doubt I'll
worry
be able
about
to get
trying
in touch with
to-
him. He's in a prison moment.
Well, if there's bars on the outside, your windows you can whisper in, I don't know. Get a message to him somehow.
We'll see.
I'd like to try breaking him out, but I feel like that would make a bit too much noise for us.
Well, also, if we break him out, the town's still going to be against him. And it's not really going to solve anything. The problem is there's an army coming here, according to what, Gray says. And if the army comes here and they're fighting the town, that just weakens everyone, and the necromancers win. Maybe the necromancers want an army here. Maybe they want to ambush it. I don't know.
Did Redfern sound like Redfern that we spoke to when we first arrived at Woodley?
He seemed a lot more zealous.
He could have been zealous the whole time and just not been showing it because there wasn't anything to be zealous about. But I mean, was he speaking the same way? Did he seem to have the same kind of movement of his body?
Did he, Spurt? Insight check?
Oh, what was the question? Sorry.
Was Redfern that we initially encountered when we came to here and were like, oh, free bread, cool. Did he have the same body language and the same intonation, the same way he, mannerisms, the same speech patterns than the guy who was on the... He did, okay.
He did.
Yeah, well, I think it was the same guy, so not certain, but I think that he's just been swayed somehow.
Actually, make me an insight check, Dax. Make me an insight check, because you actually need to oppose this.
That would be a 21.
Okay, cool. As far as you know, that is definitely Redfern.
Yeah, it's definitely Redfern, I think.
Huh, wow. Well, something's changed in him then. It's the same guy. Wasn't he the one that you had that crazy vision about? You said he was in danger.
I think someone must have, cast a spell or put him under their spell or somehow, made him a thrall or something. There are powerful life magics and stuff that can remove stuff like that. I don't know.
If it's something reversible, then that's good news for us.
Would we have to get him alone for something like that to work?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not, particularly a favor of it. We need, a high, powerful, cleric-y person or something.
This is the kind of decision where I would be like, hey, why don't we ask Mary Shelby? And yeah.
She dead.
Huh. How about that?
Is this all in character?
I know you don't phrase it quite like that in character.
Okay.
Unfortunately, she's dead. I wonder why they happened to take her out. Maybe it's because she was a threat to them.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. If they were to control Redfern and this new force of arms that they've brought in, then taking her out would make a lot of sense. I'm surprised they left Adborough alive, though. He seems like he'd be the kind of person who would have friends in the local military who could get word out and get him to safety.
Yeah, but
His days might be numbered.
I guess if they did kill him, rather than just imprison him for, the fact he was related to Mary Shelby through the head of itself.
You recall that he sent Ibn Turab to the capital. So he did indeed do something like that.
Oh.
Well, maybe they don't kill him because of his friends who might otherwise be like, hey, we've gone too far. The problem is, if we break him out, the town's still going to be against him. We need to somehow, make Mary Shelby,
alive again.
Wow, that would help, but we need to vindicate her in the past and then make it look like there's an evil conspiracy. Which there is.
But if we come out and say that we gave her the book, that's not going to help us.
We need to... Did I get the sense that Gregor, so far, do I have the sense that Gregor is like... Oh, we're not in the... Wait, sorry, I've got holy music going on. We need to get rid of that. Did I get the sense so far that Gregor was kind of just a good guy who just found the book and was like, Mary Shelby's evil, but he didn't let her have a chance to explain it? Or did I get the sense that he's maybe a little bit more power hungry or possibly even implicate in the plot so far? From what I understand.
As to the character of the man, you would either need to talk to him or question somebody about it because you don't have enough information to go off right now.
Okay. Well, if Gregor is literally a bad guy, or if he's, being super power hungry or whatever, we can frame him for the book, make him frame Mary Shelby.
We could first try and gauge if we think he could be on our side.
Well,
if he can, then he could be valuable to us.
I think Gray went to go talk to him, so he might be useful. Maybe he knows.
If he comes back alive in the morning, that'll be a good sign.
There's a tapping on the window.
Shh. Go check it, Dax.
It's tapping on our window. I'm pretty sure it knows we're here.
Was the window
There's a window behind you, so there's two windows flanking the front door. If you're facing the front door, it's the window on the left. There's no covering or anything. You can just look.
We turn around.
There's a large hawk tapping on the window with something in its mouth. Perception check, please.
I'm going to open the window. I'm not even going to perception check.
Yeah, the hawk flaps its way in, lands on the floor, and drops what appears to be a leather bag wrapped with a yellow ribbon, and then flies back out of the window.
No, before it flies back out, I can speak with animals.
How long does that take to cast? Because birds fly pretty quickly.
6 seconds if I don't cast it as a ritual. Because I wanted to speak to it as soon as it came in. So as soon as I opened that door and it's got something in its mouth, I'm starting to cast a spell. It's 1 round. It's 6 seconds, is it 5? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's 3 to 5. I'll allow it. Okay. Go for it.
How would a hawk talk? They're probably really, stiff upper lip. Ah! So, where did you get that? I am Dax Fizzlespark. Ah! Who gave you that? Ah!
A quick persuasion check, please.
When he starts with this, I go, oh, here we go.
He's been specifically instructed not to say anything and just drop off whatever it is.
14.
Okay. Let's see how he resists.
Wasn't 14? This is a
12.
bonus.
Yeah.
You beat him.
Oh.
He turns for a moment right before he goes out the window. Craftwood delivery.
Thank you. And I chuck some meat
the
at him
window.
before he... Oh, okay. The meat just goes out the window.
The meat bounces off the wall. You got bad aim.
And lands in Adavi's mouth.
Yep.
Nom nom nom.
He dives for it, football style. Just,
I pick the little pouch up and I hand it to Mormon to open.
It's very, very light when you pick it up. It appears as though it is crammed with something, but whatever it is, it's not dense.
I open it.
When you open it, briefly for a moment, an illusion lights up with the words, I heard you had needed this. /L. And looking inside the bag, having taken the yellow ribbon off, you find a clump of what looks like ivy or some kind of... It's almost like a vine with leaves every 2 to 3 inches, which are actually quite large, about half the size of a man's hand. And it's a pretty good gathering of it. If you could make me a investigation check from everybody there, please.
I'm
or
going to guidance
Arcana.
a Davi.
If you're better at both, so pick. You can do Arcana or you can do Investigation. I don't really mind. Or Nature. All three of those would be applicable.
I'll do Arcana.
I'm guidancing a Davi.
16.
I get a natural 1. Davi, you get +1.
I'm at 9.
Whatever it is, Dax, you're allergic to it. And the second the bag comes over, you go "Eph!" all over the side of Mormon's head.
Oh, jeez.
And you just can't stop sneezing. Adavi, you're not sure. You've never seen it before. Maybe it's an alchemical reagent of some kind. Mormon, you know instantly this is downleaf. This is specifically what you were sent to the Croftwood to get on behalf of Mary Shelley
we
for her
completely
ritual.
forgot.
Oh,
like, I make sure that I'm out of the firing line from Dax's sneezes, and I say, "Oh, it's downleaf. It's what Mary told us to get."
Well, she's kind of
So-
dead now, so. Oh.
Yes, I know, Dax.
That means we're just missing an alabaster vessel. If anyone has one lying around.
And a Mary Shelley.
Yeah. Well, maybe someone else can dispel the wolf spirit. Maybe it doesn't have to be her.
We need a powerful mage. I look at Mormont. I shake my head.
I'm working on it.
Just thinking about it, he starts a bunch of little fires on the floor and just stamp them out, though.
But
Well, that's
Well, let's step in the right direction in that respect.
Yeah, but Dax, you're completely right. Without Shelby, we're still stuck.
maybe she has research. If she had research, they'd have probably wrecked it.
Perhaps perhaps Grigor could help if he's not a lost cause.
He's not a magician. He's just a priest, right?
True. Shelby didn't really seem right for that temple position.
Well,
Perhaps one of the elves can help.
Maybe. Well, maybe Adbra knows someone who can help.
That all comes back to scouting it out down there. I don't even know where the prison is.
I do. Luckily, I got told. But if Grigor is a good guy, then I don't know what we do from there. Maybe try and convince him. If Beer is a bad guy, I can make him write some letters and stuff, admitting that he just set Mary Shelby up and that he wanted power, etc. And then we'll have to do something about him. He's a bad guy, so I guess he deserves it.
It's an option.
Let's make sure of that first.
Yeah. Maybe you want to talk to Christopher about Grigor, see if Christopher knows. He's been here a while. He's probably known, like, Grigor since Grigor got here.
I'm sure he's known a lot of people.
Okay. I should go investigate the prison.
I want some help with that.
Can you sneak?
I really just wanted to go back to the waltzing cat.
Yeah, really don't do that. I will... Have you got your key?
Yes.
And may I have it?
Don't move anything in my room, okay?
I was going to bring it here. Do you want your stuff?
Can you carry all that? I mean, it is a lot of stuff.
I'll take Oscar, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. You've got a window, haven't you?
I'll hand him the key. Sure. It's awfully generous of you.
Got a plan.
I can come
In the
along if you
meantime-
like, though I'm not that much better at stealth than any other man.
You're also not really disguised. And I don't really have anything that fits you in my disguise kit.
Fair enough. Good luck.
Wait. Maybe Christopher has some spare clothes that fit one of you two.
Has he got some extremely tall and fat clothes or some short and fat clothes?
Maybe. It's a big house. He probably didn't live here alone all this time.
Oh, if you want to rifle through his drawers.
It's up to you two. If you want to come, find something to wear and I can get my disguise kit out and like give you some false mustaches and stuff. Or a shave.
Don't you dare
I hold
touch
up a
my
razor
mustache.
and move towards
You're a
Mormont.
monster.
We'd have to do something about that face, though. And then again, you didn't have that face when you were initially here. That's a pretty good disguise.
If you think I can be useful, then bring me along.
I would like
Otherwise,
to
I'm
investigate.
happy to wait here.
I would like to investigate around the house for like, just like a coat or something that would fit Mormont.
Okay. In the main vestibule, like in the main, I guess, dining area, you're not really seeing anything. In the living room area, on the opposite side of where Christopher is now sleeping, you do see kind of a couple cabinets, and opening and going through them, you do find like cloaks and things of that nature.
Let's give you like a big puffy like coat and like a big cloak, and then like get some of the dye up from my like disguise kit and like change the color of your beard to be like a sort of maybe a reddish tint. Or maybe like style your hair differently. It's GM's gonna be rolling the disguise, so yeah. If you wanna.
What was your bonus? 6?
6.
Okay. After a little bit of work, you disguise Adavi and you do the things that you said you were going to do. You put the cloak on him, you put the coat on him, you dye his beard, and the work is done. You step back and you say, yeah, I'm pretty good at
That
this.
was Mormont. Adavi, do you find anything that could fit you?
Oh,
You're a lot
Mormont.
larger.
Yeah, you can make shift. You can make something work here. There's like a couple of like bed sheets and stuff.
God damn it, a moo.
Okay.
Oh,
we
it's gonna be like Homer Simpson on that episode where he has to get over 300 pounds so he doesn't have to go into work. God damn it.
You know what? I give you one of the breastplates that we took off of Oscar. We can fit you with armor. You'll just be at disadvantage when it comes to like strength and attack rolls. You can still cast in armor. You just have disadvantage on your like your ability checks and stuff.
Doesn't that screw up my armor class? Like a lot?
I believe you still have better armor. I don't know. I think you get counted as just having the best armor you have, which is your non-armor. I can't remember.
What's your AC right now?
Yeah, what armor would it be that he's putting on?
A
16.
breastplate. Yeah, so the breastplate wouldn't beat 16 unless your dex is unusually high.
Yeah, it's going to be a 14 plus whatever your dex is.
Yeah.
3.
Does it negate his natural armor for being a draconic sorcerer, though?
It does. It negates his
Yeah.
draconic sorcerer
That's what
armor.
I was mentioning, yeah.
To be
So
fair,
it looks like it puts you to a 17 if you got a 3 in dexterity. So yeah, your AC would actually be...
It caps out at +2 for being medium armor. It would still be a 16. Yeah, so
There
it'd be
you
the
go,
same either
16.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So effectively, like, we can mix and match, like, some of the, like, armor that I've been collecting when we've been going through dead bodies. Just give it to you, dress you up in something that's not the moo-moo, and you'll
Now,
look
you have
like
to take
just a
your
large
clothing off in order to
guardsman.
do this, Adavi. Do
I'm
you
not-
allow that to happen?
I'm not shy. Shit, I'll drop trow.
Okay, so as you take off your
Adavi,
clothing,
what's that? No, not
everybody
that.
else notices that all along his body, running up from his stomach and across his shoulder, he appears to have protruding purple scales that are just now starting to reach his collarbone and his neckline. Some of them about the size of like a gold coin, almost quite large.
What in the...
Guys are way too curious for your own good.
Adavi, you feeling okay?
Oh shush. Where's this clothes you want me to wear?
Dunk.
I really wish it was like a big dress. It's like, here we go.
No,
It's a moo-moo.
I have a dress of a daughter of a farmer that I will wear at some point as a disguise. The
I'm
time has
just
not yet come.
saying if you put because he's so like
the farmer's daughter.
because he's so portly, you put him in a moo and sit him on the cow. You know.
We need the front half of a cow. We can do the whole front half of a cow, back half of a cow thing. But yeah,
yes.
like I disguise Davi as well.
Oh
Okay.
boy, let's test this out. So what does that give a bonus to stealth
I
rolls
will
now
be
or
guidancing
disguise?
myself for this one.
Sure.
And the guidance is
Roll a d4 for me, please.
it didn't roll. Why is it not rolling? Oh, the first one, 1.
Okay. Did you want a guidance Mormon as well? Like you can do that. I'll
Oh,
let you
yeah.
retrospectively do it.
Okay, in which
So-
case Mormon's the +1 and then Shen's the +3.
Okay. Sounds good. I've got everybody's disguises all taken care of. You get done with your work, and you're about ready to do this thing.
I put back on my armor and I wear it underneath some like traveler's garb.
I imagine I could keep my chainmail on underneath whatever else I'm wearing.
Sure.
Yeah, because you're just like,
that's
wearing
fine.
a fat coat and some like cloak at the bottom. Like that's why I got you top clothes so that you could put the armor underneath. Okay. Which one do we do first? Do we want to hit the prison first? Because that's going to be more stealthy and your guy's going to have to stand back a little bit. Or do we want to hit the pub first to grab your shit?
If we're going to be leaving, we'll probably want to hit the pub last.
Well, just
If
come
we're
back here
grabbing
afterwards.
stuff. I guess, yeah, that's true.
I mean,
No, I'm
honestly, if we
curious
grab the
about-
stuff from the pub, then we can always grab the stuff from the pub and then you can circle around and look after the wagon when I go in.
Sure.
Okay. So, Splat, the idea here is we take the wagon with Oscar, we park it underneath a Davies window in the pub. I'm then going to go into the pub, go up to his room, unlock the door, grab all the stuff, and start throwing it out the window. So, are we able to park the thing outside the window?
Sure. There's an alleyway. You can make it happen. How late do you want to wait, though? Like, what time do you want to attempt this at?
I want to go when it's
Because
actually
7 o'clock. You're like at 7, 8 o'clock right now, and that's like peak hours for taverns. So
I actually want to go at peak hours because I'll be less noticeable going through a crowd because I'm quite well disguised, so no one's going to look at me for too long if there's a lot of people there.
okay. Did I have to roll a disguise check for you as well, or are we
We
sticking with
did
the
it.
original one?
Last session, I've stayed with the same disguise.
Okay. Stayed with the same disguise. Gotcha. Sorry, I've got my little list of disguise qualities here.
Okay, so we park outside, and I'm going to go, all right, at every moment, I'm going to go upstairs, and I'm going to chuck you the stuff down. Just catch it and put it in the back of the thing amongst the cabbages.
All right.
You may want to take Mormon with you.
I don't want to risk having too many people going in. It might be too obvious.
Some of those things are. I trust. I see those little skinny arms. I don't know if you can lift all my stuff, but I
How
trust
heavy's
you,
your
man. Go
stuff?
for it. I'm pretty heavy. I'll trust you can do it. I
I
won't.
just don't want to have a Mormon to have to jump from the window and then, like, smash everything on the way down. At least I don't weigh much. That's my concern.
Okay, so you guys are on the clock from here forward. I'm keeping track of time in real time. You pull up next to the tavern, underneath the window.
Jump out. I go around to the front of the tavern.
Mhm.
Walk in. Look like I'm going somewhere deliberately. Performance check?
Sure.
I'm going to keep an eye out in the alleyway while we're there, make sure
Yeah,
no one
and I've
starts walking
precast-
towards us.
Precast guidance as before I walk in.
Absolutely.
So that would be a total of 20.
Okay, no one seems to notice you as you work your way through the front end of the tavern.
I go up to the...
You think for a moment that the tavern keeper looks at you for a second, but somebody orders a drink and he's like, he gets back to...
I go up the stairs
Yeah,
to the rooms.
You're up the stairs. Do you go to Adavi's room?
Is there anyone in this corridor?
No.
I go straight to Adavi's room, unlock the door like I'm meant to be here, go in, close the door behind me. And lock
Okay.
it behind me.
Dexterity save, please.
Crap.
That's the point. How long did we pay for the rooms for?
21.
Very nice. As you open the door, you hear a snap, clink, and just instinctively your ears twitch. You dive forward and roll, and you hear a thunk. And looking at the wall, a dart has been lodged in the wall, and you see somebody's rigged up a contraption on the door that appears to have launched the dart. Looking at the dart itself, investigation check, please, as you close the door
Sneaky,
behind you.
No, before I close the door, I pull the dart out, so there's no evidence when I close the door that something's gone wrong.
Okay.
Investigation check. Since I'm in the room alone, I'll guidance it as well.
Okay.
11.
So having pulled the dart off the wall, you don't notice anything, but as you look at it, it looks like it's coated in something. Arcana check.
I have crossbow bolts and stuff that I found before that are coated in something. Can I compare those?
Sure.
And a dart trap that was by the necromancers that was coated in something.
Sure.
That would be a 10.
It looks just like all the other darts. Unfortunately, you can't really see any difference. It just looks like a dart that's coated in something. The mechanism itself, that actually uses lockpick now in 5th edition for all trap stuff. So if you want to investigate the trap, please use the lockpick score, whatever, to look at it. and see if it's
The
similar or not.
lockpicking is only a tool set. You need a tool set for lockpicking. Otherwise, it's investigation,
Okay.
which is investigate traps
Just do
and stuff.
investigation, then that's fine. I keep forgetting Noson's the only person that has that. Man, the rolls are just not on right now.
No.
You can't even tell what the device is or how it functions. All you know is that it shot a dart at you when you came inside the room.
It looks spent. So I'm gonna
there's
pick it up.
nothing else inside of it, so...
I'm gonna pick it up. I'm gonna put like the dart into a bit of cloth or cork or whatever so that it can't hurt anyone. I'm open the window.
As soon as I see Dax, I'm casting message so that he doesn't have to open his damn mouth for us to talk.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, this is weird.
Can you hear me? Good. Yeah. Just
Oh, by
look
the way,
around.
there was a trap in your
Yeah?
room that tried to murder me, so they're preparing for us to come back.
Ah.
They're watching
So,
this place.
okay. They might have tortured Mary to get some information if that's the case.
I chuck the trap out the window into the back of the cart.
Okay.
I'll help grab that.
All right.
That tried to murder me. And then I go through his...
So you wrapped it in cloth, right? That's what you said?
Or cork or whatever, just to make sure that the dart is, like, not going to stab someone.
Okay.
I guess I'm noticing that there's messaging going on right now, so I'm not like, why has everyone stopped talking, or why did you just throw this trap at us?
Adabi, you catch the bundle of cloth, and inside of
hand
it you
it
feel
to
something
Mormon.
hard or metallic.
I hand it to Mormon.
Take it.
Come on,
Okay.
under the cabbages.
I start chucking, like, Adavi's possessions out the window as well. Just dropping
Sure.
them into the cart below.
There's so many robes. Oh my god. Shoes,
So as you're throwing stuff out,
hats, just so many.
make me a stealth check, Adabi, because, you're catching stuff being thrown out of a window.
Question
side
on
of
the
a
stealth
tavern.
check. Does the disguise have any effect on it?
It does not. It just makes you look like you belong or do not look like who you are. With
14.
a 14, not bad. Okay. Nothing happens. You just continue catching objects and loading them underneath the cabbage, and before too long, Dax, you run out of stuff to throw out the window.
The desk. I remind him the desk. Inside the desk.
Oh,
Papers.
stop trying to lift the desk up. Oh,
Inside. Papers.
put them
There's
inside
You'll
nothing
the
inside
room.
recognize
the
them.
desk.
There
They're
are no
gone.
papers inside. Oh, they're not perfect for us.
Oh. Those are important.
Wait. Didn't you have How Packs here?
Yes?
What would happen if you stopped feeding them?
I do not know.
I look around the room. Is there anything obviously, like, messed up?
No, it looks like it was more or less left in the same state. The plate that he was using to feed the Howpack, the food is gone. But at the same time, he hasn't been dwelling in the location, so you would have to ask somebody who knows more about the Howpack to figure out the specifics of how this all works.
Well, if the papers aren't there, just get out.
Okay, up. Maybe we should reset the trap and point at the door.
Do you want me to toss this back up?
Can you get it through the window?
Stick your hands out.
Let's-
And we'll try. We'll try.
Looking in confusion here, I'm like, what's going on now?
Should I roll a dexterity save or something to toss this up there?
No, it's easy enough. You're just chucking something up through a window. And so as it goes up into the air, Dax, you catch it easily enough. You've got the dart back now, and you can try to redo the assembly if you want.
Yeah, like if it's too difficult, I'll just leave it and then deliberately jam and I'll make it look like it was jammed all along. But if I can possibly set it up, I will try and set it up.
Give me a survival check, because if you were setting a trap as a hunter or whatever, that's probably what I'd call for. And so to reassemble a trap or try to get it laid back down.
11.
Okay, so with an 11, this trap is surprisingly complex. And so as you're kind of going through the sophistication, you're not sure how to get the dart. You get it into the slot, but then there's like a little hooked tab that's supposed to grab onto that, and then there's a spring that's supposed to be anchored. How would you even put that on there without the housing coming off? And that doesn't even look like it fits over there. How did they do? You just can't seem to get the dart back in.
Okay, I leave it fired. I then go up to the door and I place the dart in the door and give it a little tap just to make sure it's dug into the door and make it look like it's already fired by accident and just fired into the door when the door was closed.
It's actually on the inside of the door, pointed at the wall. So
do
it's shooting
it
into the door would
then,
be weird.
into the wall, and then make it look like it fired into the wall just by accident.
Okay. If you wanted to make it look like it fired on accident, that's going to be another survival test real fast, just to see if you can figure out how to like snip a coil or like make it look like it malfunctioned. If you have any other supplementary items that you want to... Okay. If you have any other items in your inventory that would make it look easier, describe to me how you want to disguise it so that I can decide on a DC
Basically,
real
place
fast.
the trap exactly where it was, and then since it's already fired, just leave it already fired. Take the dart, put it exactly where the trajectory like takes it to with a closed door, and make it look like maybe it just triggered by accident. Maybe someone thumped the door hard and it just went ting, and then the dart just fired into, just misfired. If you're going to leave a trap around for a very long period of time, there's an accident of a misfire, and I'll make it look like that's just what happened. Nothing particularly fancy, nothing dangerous, just accidentally went.
But also everything in the room is gone.
Yeah, but, maybe this will slow them down.
With that fantastic score, you managed to do that just fine. You kind of just like laser line real fast with a piece of thread, like the firing line out of there, and kind of judging from where the old hole was, you get it placed just perfectly. In fact, at a certain point, you're pretty sure you put it right back in the divot that it initially made. But at the same time, looks good to you. What do you do now?
Guys, do we need to get anything more out of any of the other rooms?
I don't know what Noson had in his room. What about you two?
I didn't leave anything.
Neither did I.
Take notes on then.
Honestly, those papers were the only thing I really cared about.
We could burn the place down. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, let's not make that much of a scene, Dax.
Okay.
Come, just get out of there.
I get on the windowsill. Carefully try and close the windows while being on the windowsill.
Okay. Acrobatics, please.
I'll make sure I'm in a position
Natural
to catch
one.
him if he... Oh, dear.
But that's why I had the cabbages and robes below me.
As you're balancing yourself and trying to close the goblin-sized window behind you, your foot slips and you fall, and for a brief moment, you got one of the slats shut, but the other half of the window, you're hanging from it. It snaps off, and so you've got a chunk of window in your hand as you fall towards the ground. Anybody want to try and catch him?
I'll give it a shot.
I'll catch them, yeah, sure.
No, there's a cart
We'll both
below
try to
me,
catch
cabbages and like robes. It's
We're
fine.
still,
Cabbages aren't that soft.
Okay.
Athletics checks from both of you, please.
Not
This is gonna be
acrobatics?
more painful.
No,
Wearing
not
armor.
acrobatics, because it's going to be a brute strength thing.
God damn strength bullshit. 12.
Now I got to decide on a DC for how difficult it is to catch a falling goblin. That's not one of those ones I think
know,
you're going to
it's like,
find in the manual anywhere.
Maybe they just get in the way and they slow me down a little bit, but don't catch me or something.
We have 4 hands here. We can make this work.
So,
At different heights,
with 4
though.
hands extending and attempting to catch it, taking an average of your performance, that'd still be like 13. Mormon, you dive forward, and you get him in one hand, because he's small, but you're small too, and it's just, you have to lay out, and it's just not far enough. He goes, splat, but into the cabbages. It doesn't make a ton of noise, but you actually manage to, like, recover in some way. You don't take any damage or anything like that, but looking up overhead, you've ripped half the window off, and so somebody's definitely going to notice that.
How high is that window, though?
Second floor. Second story.
You don't
large,
have mending as a spell?
We do.
How large is the windowsill?
The windowsill was pretty. There's not really even a sill. It's just kind of like the outlining wooden battens
Okay.
that
What's
go
the
along the
dimensions,
outside
though?
of it.
What is the dimensions? Because it actually matters.
The
the bit that broke
dimensions
was
of
the window was one of the window shutters, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so
like
the
the two
windows
hinges.
open outwards on a hinge, like 2 doors. So you would have 2 small hinges about an inch wide.
And how tall was the window?
I would just put it at like your average floor is going to be about 10, 11 feet tall. And so the window would probably be at 15 or 16 feet up.
Now, how tall was the window?
Oh, the window itself?
Couple of feet.
Probably about the size of a goblin. And so whatever Dax's height is, I would say it's
3
about
feet,
a rectangle of
1
that
inch.
height. Yeah.
That's way too big to mend, unfortunately.
Yeah, but you can just mend the hinge, can't you? You can designate the hinge.
I would have to touch the hinge, which is way up there.
Oh yeah, but if we can get the window back up there, how high up is the window?
15 feet.
15 feet. Is there any way I can try and climb up?
Sure. You can attempt
Yeah.
to climb anything, even sheer walls in D&D. I just give you a different DC.
What
This
is
is a
it?
cobblestone wall.
I will attempt to climb the wall.
No.
Let's see
Oh,
how this
God.
works. Yeah.
I mean, I do have some
Athletics,
climbing
let's go.
gear.
Why you make him do acrobatics, and for me it's athletics?
Oh, you can
You're
do
a horrible-
acrobatics, I guess.
horrible-
It's not
human
acrobatics to
being.
climb, it's athletics to climb. It's,
Yeah, it's athletics to climb,
fall.
though. Like, I'll be generous, and I'll give you
That's so
acrobatics. It's
bad.
because he was standing on a little tiny thing, like balancing. So that's why I called it acrobatics.
16.
Yeah, I want to
Very
inspire him
nice.
as well.
Go for it.
Right, let me see if I can quickly find this. I didn't have time to prep this earlier.
What are you prepping?
I see what's happening here. You're face to face with Goblin and it's strange. You don't even know how you feel. It's adorable. It's nice to see that humans never change. I'm just gonna inspire you.
Should I ask what that was?
It's Moana, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm not hip
Open
with
your
the cool
eyes. Let's
kids.
begin. Yes, it's really me. It's a goblin. Breathe it in. I know it's a
I
lot.
wanna breathe
the
in,
hair,
goblin.
the bard. When you're staring at a goblin.
So yeah, with what was the inspiration roll? Go ahead and give me a D6.
Yeah.
Six.
Very nice. With a 22, you basically could have sheared a scale wall that was just like smooth glass with that score. You shimmy your way on up, and the rest
It's
of
my
you are
thighs,
impressed.
man. I got like suction cups on my thighs.
You've never
They're
seen him
just
move like
shapely.
this before. He's got foot on cobblestone, just boom, boom. He goes up that wall with a quickness, just all upper body, and all of a sudden you're up at the sill. What do you want to do?
Mormon's sitting
I
there with his
slap-
climbing gear, like, oh.
Mormon, toss me the
I was
toss me the
getting out
window
my
pane.
pack and
Toss me the window pane. Don't complain.
all right, I throw that up.
Okay.
I'll catch that
You
shit.
catch it.
And I'm gonna put it so that the hinges both fit into where they ripped off, and I'm gonna cast mending on that.
Cool. It's that simple. You sit that on the windowsill and you just kind of utter some words real fast while placing your finger on both the hinges. Good as new. And then with that climbing score, I'll let you scale back down because that was a really, really good score. I'm not gonna make you test twice.
Hooray! So how much
before-
noise did we make?
A reasonable amount, but luckily enough for you, your disguise is held, so you can get out of here if you want to.
Yeah, I think we should get out of here and leave the cart somewhere. You okay, Oscar?
Mm.
I think it's fine.
That's count for my ass is a little bit cold.
You better not have indigestion. I don't need cow farts around us. Mm-mm.
All that cabbage. Yeah, can we go over to roughly where the prison is, but like leave the cart like a couple of streets away?
Are you just ditching it there because it was like a liability, or what are you doing?
I want to stealth in from there. Like, I will be actually genuinely stealthing from there. I don't know if anyone actually wants to try and stealth with me, but...
Who's gonna go with it?
I could try.
Mormon,
get
you're wearing
caught?
chains.
You're just a
Assume that's
liability, man.
I mean, he just scaled a wall with all of his upper bod with an amazing roll, so you never know how D&D dice are gonna go. Every now and again, the plate
I'll
mail
do
guy
this.
gets disadvantaged. He sneaks
We're
in
trying to
somewhere.
decide. We're trying to decide who's gonna go, right? I'm gonna stealth and see if you guys can see me. How's that sound?
All right, roll stealth.
Okay, I want to stealth off. Davy goes to one side of the cart, Mormon to the other.
23.
Critical success,
Amazing! Oh my god,
Davy?
amazing!
Davy?
like a glass
I
ghost.
guess
And
I'll
this
I'll
is a
sneak
big
try.
up
man.
behind- I sneak up behind Dax and I just put my
I get a
finger in
12.
his ear.
I want to see if I can see Mormon to actually...
These opposed rolls. This is how it goes. This is how it goes, Dale. This is
Natural
how it goes. You do not see Mormon. He's really good at this. Holy shit, he's great at stealth.
Wow, Mormon, you're,
Does Davy see me?
Davy,
I
roll
can try.
perception.
This
Do we
is
all need to
absolutely
also roll
insanity.
perception?
But
I
you
do
don't
not
see him
see it.
either. Mormon's gone.
I'm gonna roll perception too to see if I get a natural
Okay,
20 to see a Davy.
Mormon, I don't know where you are. So
Get a 9.
Adavi gets to go because I'm not sure where you are right now.
That's right. Only on Roll for It can you watch the group play a game of hide and seek with each other in an alleyway before they go on a mission. Welcome,
And
everyone.
the
Welcome.
winner sticks his finger in the ear of the judge. Yep.
And the winner is the mage, who normally has. Well, actually, you've got decent dexterity. You've got a +3, which is pretty damn good. So
Yeah, pretty good dex for a big guy.
for a mage, your armor class is actually like up there. It's pretty good. Like you would put a lot of warriors to shame. In all fairness. So with that said,
what's the plan on this prison?
Wow. The plan is. God damn it! I need to think of something else to inspire you now because I need to inspire you for the stealth. I'm going to be the one that fails it. Like a scout, stealth for the very first time. Like a scout, like a scout, stealth in time.
That's no props for that. No props for that one.
No, that's
no.
That's like the fourth time that's come up.
Really?
Oh god.
Yeah.
Like a version parodies.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I do remember alluding to Weird Al at least 3 times by now.
I need to do more Weird Al then. But yeah, okay, you get a D6.
Wow, that's funny.
Fantastic.
Okay, and let's start stealthing.
all right, here we go. This is the one for all
And
the
I will be
beans.
guidancing me because I can't inspire me.
24. Very nice.
26.
26, even better.
I can't use my previous roll. It's so good.
No.
These rolls are insane.
That's still pretty good.
That's a
19
23 with that 4 as well.
23.
Yeah.
23.
Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah.
This is right now.
So is the plan that I'm staying behind or coming with you?
That's your call, Morgan.
You were going to stay behind to guard the cart initially, because I was going to take one person, your person,
Alright.
and effectively, like, if we need, like, the cavalry.
Oh Jesus!
I'll go with that.
And
I stay to guard the cart.
Don't let Oscar get spooked either. If someone makes his ass frozen, just keep him steady.
All right. Where do we park then? Have we arrived yet, or are we?
We're 2 streets away.
Yeah, you're in an alleyway 2 streets away. So
Okay.
those two stop off and they head towards the prison. Doesn't take you too long, but you find a makeshift thatch building with like wooden walls. Basically, it's just built out of plank wood from the local forest, and the roof is made of thatch. You sneak on up. Nobody appears to perceive you.
Is there
There's
anyone
2 guards
around? Ooh.
out front.
Yeah.
One of them on a spear. The other one appears to be sleeping standing up with his head against the eave of the door. They are both wearing the tabards of Broll's men, or the lack of a tabard, I guess. They just look like rough and rowdy guys. How do you want to go? It looks like there's a window on the front, and it looks like there's a window on the sides, because it's an elongate rectangular building. And so there's a window, one at each end, and then the guard is actually leaning on the door frame across one of the windows at the front, the one that's dozing. The other one appears to be alert, though, and just kind of looking around, but hasn't seen you because your stealth rolls are goddamn amazing.
Do we know? Can we observe him and watch if he moves around? Does he have like a movement pattern, like a normal video game? You can sneak behind him.
As you're sitting there for a few minutes, he doesn't appear to move much. You get the feeling that this was his posting. There's also a large bell next to him, mounted from the ceiling from a string, with a string hanging down from it.
Okay. Well, does it look like we can get behind him?
No, they're both very almost flush with the wall behind them. One of them's actually leaning on it. The other one is just standing like a foot forward from it.
Adafi, we could totally easily break them out right now if we really wanted.
So I was thinking, but I'm not sure if we should stage a breakout here. What would we do with a bunch of prisoners?
Well, we take them to Holsgard's house. No, they look there immediately if Holsgard leaves. We take them to Christopher's house. Put them in the attic.
Oh, put Christopher in so much trouble.
You wouldn't know. I'd be in the attic.
Oh, I think we need to. I think we need to focus on just Adborough. I don't think we need to try anyone else.
If we break anyone out of here, though, they're going to know and there's going to be an inquest, so we could just go all or nothing. We could still talk to them quite easily.
You know, it occurs to me that you and I are quite adept with song. Do you think perhaps we could lull the guards completely?
You want to sing them a lullaby?
Hell yes.
I could try. I mean, to be fair, I could always just suggest that they take a nap and it's not really worth the, the bother.
It's true, and that would avoid distraction.
Yeah. Or have you got the ability to make people sleep?
Mm-mm.
No. Or you could just cast Sending on Adbra, right? You know where he is. You can cast Sending.
Yeah, if we know where he is. Can we spot him through one of the windows, or is that going to be too close where the guard can see?
You could get to the side windows, you think. One of the side windows actually faces a shadowy alley. The other side is open to the street, and so it's up to you which one you want to go to. The one that's in the shadows is across from the guards, so you'd have to walk across the front of the building to get over there, whereas the one on that side, you'd have to cross the street, and, either way has risks.
All right, then let's at least see if we can find him first.
Okay, do we want to sneak in front of the guards through the shadows then, and I can make the guards go somewhere else?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay. I minor illusion in the opposite direction to the way we're going to be sneaking in front of them, and I would like to minor illusion the sound of glass breaking.
Okay, how far away? I'm going to need positioning on this.
Well, I don't know exact layout, so I can only cast, I think, 30 feet minor illusion. So it's going to be 30 feet from where I am right now, and then I'm going to sneak around in front of them with a Davi.
Okay. So you cast the illusion. The guard that's sleeping, he starts awake. He's like, the other guard looks over in the direction where the sound came from. And what do I roll to? What's the save against your illusion?
There isn't a save. There's only a save if you investigate the illusion. So the sound of glass breaking, it would just be like, oh, glass broke. Okay.
Cool.
It's like if you minor illusion object and then someone puts a hand through it and is like, what the hell? Then they investigate it. Or if they that wasn't there before, I investigate it. But otherwise, it's just there. It's just a thing that happened.
All right. So both the guards kind of head off in that direction. The one that's sluggish behind, kind of dragging a foot as he goes, just because he just woke up, and it looks like he was actually out. He was in REM mode, and so he kind of staggers off behind the other dude to the front side of the building, and they stand there looking around.
Then we need to. Yeah, let's go. We're rushing up. We're trying to see if we can peek in the window while they're gone.
Okay. So you worked your way over. You're looking in the front window, or the side window?
Whichever one you said was going to be the one that we'd have to walk past the front of the guards.
Okay. So you go to the alley along the left-hand side of the building, and you're now in the shadows. There's a barrel underneath the window, and you start to peer inside. Give me a perception check going through the window.
5. Ouch.
8.
Unfortunately, the glass, it does not look like high-quality glass. It's got lots of flecking and marring, and it's kind of milky almost, and it's distorting your view. You're not really sure if you can look inside from here, although looking up at the door jamb, investigation check from both of you, please.
14.
11.
Adavi, looking at the window, you don't think it fastens from the inside or the outside. You're pretty sure you can just kind of slide the window open, and there's nothing reinforcing it right there.
All right, then I'm just going to test it just a tiny bit. Just shove my finger directly into the little gap and see if I can make it a little bit wider. Does it make any noise?
Yeah, it slides slightly to the left as you work your fingers in between the wall.
But does it make any noise?
It benefits off your stealth check, so you managed to get the window open, dexterously sliding it all the way down.
How big
and now
is the window?
It's not a large window. You get the feeling.
You had to.
You get the feeling the window is more for ventilation than actually a view or anything like that. It's just to air the place out, because as you open the window, your nose is just assailed by the stink of just human feces, urine, just the smell of people confined way too many in too small of a space. It's almost enough to make your eyes water. It's absolutely abhorrent.
But if the window was designed for humans to have ventilation, and I'm a goblin, How big is the window?
Oh, you could fit through the window for sure.
Oh, now's your chance.
Most of them
see?
seem to be sleeping right now
Can you see
in
anyone?
the evening.
Yeah. What can we see now that the window's open?
Perception checks again, please. This time with advantage.
I would have to be held up to see through the window. Because I
There's a
assume it's
barrel
one of those
there.
high windows to try and avoid like people climbing out
It's a
easily.
barrel.
Oh, a barrel. Oh, okay.
So, Adavi, you've got a 12.
12.
17.
You've got advantage, Dex. One more.
Oh.
Very
19.
nice.
Nice.
With a 19, Dex, you look inside, and it looks like there's 4 cells to a side. The cells are roughly, they're elongate, and so they appear to be kind of like maybe an 8 by 5, like 5 foot wide, 8 foot long. And each side, they've almost got people stacked. As far as you recall, there were like 15 or 16 members of the guard left. So you've got about 8 cells shared by about 18 to 20 people. Some of them have 3, some of them have 2, and it's actually not ridiculously crowded. They're not like stacked on top of each other like you expected. As you look inside with that perception check, you see a bunch of faces that you recognize from either battlefields you've been on before when
That's
facing
okay.
the kids
That's
Rathy. And then there in the corner on a cot, you see Adborough. But with that perception check, you also see that the cot is stained with blood. He's not wearing the clothing that you have seen him on before. This time he's just wearing tattered, just kind of random undergarments, basically. And they're all just caked with blood. And as you look at his
Adavi,
face, you can
he's
see he's
injured.
got deep bruising under his eyes. He's got like the crust of blood around his mouth.
Davi, he's hurt. Lift me up.
Can you clean him up?
I
Yeah,
can. I can't do a distance heal because I may have switched that to be able to get the water.
I may be pushing you through the window as you speak.
Ah!
Okay, you're inside the building right now as you tumble down to the floor. Your stealth check is still good enough. I'm not going to make you refresh it just yet. Going on into the room, where do you go?
I walk up to Adborough. I
Okay.
put my hand gently on his shoulder. And I cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level.
Okay. As you do that, I'm going to need another stealth check because that's going to refresh it
I
right there.
rolled terribly. 9.
9 damage
9.
healed. That's about as bad as it could go for a healing roll for you.
Yeah. The
9
worst is
damage
8.
rolled. That's actually a considerable amount of damage for somebody of like reasonably low level 10. So as you do that, some of the bruising underneath his eyes and on his jaw, it starts to recede a little bit, and the swelling goes away. And in fact, right here along like his lower mandible, it seems slightly offset, and you see it go pop back into place.
I cast another
and
Cure
the swelling
Wounds
goes-
at level 1.
That's
Okay.
awesome. Jesus.
Oh, 1! 6!
These rolls.
Wow. With that, you start to see some of the color return to his face, and you get the feeling that maybe your magic has allowed his body to regenerate some of its blood pool. Like some of his lost viscera appears to be coming back pretty rapidly as kind of a
Right.
redness and kind of a pallor comes back to his
Do I-
cheeks.
All right. As I notice that he's working his magic on him in the corner, I'm going to cast message for Adborough.
Mhm.
And the initial comment is going to be, please do not speak. This is Adavi and Dax, and we are going to get you to safety. Please stay quiet.
Okay. He's not quite awake yet, but you do see Dax from up close. You see his mouth go and open slightly, and it seems as though his it seems like his breath has gotten a lot better. His breathing seems more firm,
Can I do a medicine
and
check?
he
to
slowly
check,
starts
like,
to stir.
if he's now at a point with the amount of healing I've given him that he can start,
Sure.
carrying on a little better than being like crippled.
I need that stealth check too, so both
Yeah,
the
I'll
medicine
get
check.
the stealth. I want to do the medicine first because I want to do the stealth with a guidance. So, stealth,
Okay.
guidance. That'd be a 14.
Pulled over from a 1.
Yeah, I was so close to that natty 1.
Bad. All right, so with a 14 stealth, let me just make a couple GM rolls real fast, and I'll get back to you on how it goes. Oh, it not go well.
The way you're phrasing it is like, I'm going to make a couple stealth rolls and I'll let you know how much shit you're in.
So, almost instantaneously, you appraise first with the medicine check that, yeah, he's ready for movement. Like, you could get him out of here right now if he'll wake up, and it seems as though he'll stir in just a moment. But the two prisoners in the cell behind you, you turn around, and they're both staring at you wide-eyed. One of them says, "Get us out of here! Come on! Are the guards still here?"
Do I recognize them? Are they like guards, or do they have like the uniform of like guards?
They are members of the previous guard.
Shh. I'm reconning the place. Like, I can't get you out. I came through that window. You won't fit through that window. I'm reconning the place. We're going to break you out soon. Don't worry, okay?
You can't. They're a bunch of animals. You can't leave us here.
Well, how else am I meant to get you out? Like, you can't fit through that window, mate. Don't worry. Hold
truth right now.
Hold tight. We'll get you out of here. That's the plan. Can you tell me anything about layout, anything about the guards, the rotation, any like stuff that will help us? Because, you know, the more you can tell me, the more I can help you.
One guard splits off for both the meals. They got to go pick them up from the tavern.
That's
they
useful.
bring us food. There's only one guard on shift that time.
That's really... What time's the meals? Like, sun up, sundown, midday?
Basically, sun up and sundown, yeah.
Okay, 2 meals a day. Cool, got that. One guard. Easy enough. We can totally work with that. Thank you. Anything else?
There might be a spare key. I know. We were locked up. I saw when they took Abro out a little bit ago. It looked like Redfern. He took him for questioning. It looked like he had a key that would fit the door.
Redfern
himself.
had a key. Okay.
You might to nick it from his house while he's out.
Okay, that's another good option. Anything else?
Just hurry. We can't stay in here much longer.
It's okay.
There were 3 or 4.
I pull out all the food I have in my pockets, and I give it to them, and a little bit next to Adborough.
He nods and appreciates it.
Oh, mate, thanks.
Right. Yeah, stay strong. Make sure you hide it and just keep using it for a few days, because we don't know when we're going to get our opportunity to break you out. But just make sure you keep your strength up, right?
Alright. We'll look out for you.
Okay, right. Now, just someone go over to the door and look out for any guards. I need to have a quick word with Adborough.
Yeah.
One of them shifts over to where the door is at, and you see him kind of trying to crane his neck. He goes, Oi! Calvinist! Wake up, mate. Look out the window. Make sure they're not coming. Another guy shifts from his sleep. He sees you, and all of a sudden he realizes the situation, and his cell actually has the window in it, and so he starts peering around the side and looking out.
It's clear.
I prod Adborough, and then put my hand over his mouth as soon as he wakes. And then I look up at Davi.
So he is on the other side of bars right now. He's inside of a cell.
Oh, I had to put my hand on him to cure wounds. So I thought
you can reach through the bars, sure.
Well, in which case I prod him, and I try as best as I can to put my hand over his mouth through the bars.
He wakes up.
Davi.
Shh. This is Dax and Adavi. We're here to help you out. Dax has cured you a little bit, so I hope you're feeling better.
Dax,
but please do not speak. It's the middle of the night.
As you awake, you see his fist ball up, and it's just shaking. And looking at his face, the piece of sleep is replaced by just seething rage. Like, his face begins to turn red almost the moment he wakes up.
Hush. Calm down now.
Where's Redfern?
We have no idea where Redfern is. We just arrived back in town from the Croftwood, and we saw what they had done to Mary. We were afraid they might have done the same to you, but thankfully you're imprisoned.
Mary.
He's silent for a moment.
You get Redfern within a few feet of me and I'll kill him.
It probably wasn't Redfern. I think someone's controlling him.
I don't care. I'm gonna feel my hands around his neck.
Okay.
He tries to shift, and you hear him groan as he pulls himself up to his feet.
Shouldn't walk on that.
You got the key?
Adavi? Do you want to take this one?
Key. We just arrived. We don't have anything yet. We're here on a scouting mission to see the layout of the prison, the walk of the guards, and we've learned a lot, but we have no key. Do you know where the key is?
God's got it. Out of Redfern. They gonna hang me in the morning.
Okay.
Good morning.
New mission.
It's not good.
Right. Davy, that door, they're still not at the door yet. Do you want to go over and cut the bell so that they can't ring it?
That door. And I nod my head in the direction of the door we were passing by
If
earlier.
you cut the bell, they can't ring the bell. And then, I don't know, can you... There's a lot of locks to pick here. I would need a key. I can't pick locks well. I don't have lockpicks yet.
Adbro, there's 2 guards out front that we saw. Does one of them have the key, or is it a different guard that has the key to your cell?
Yeah, one of them will have it.
Well, Dax, why don't we just take them out?
Can we do it quietly? They'll raise the alarm.
If we can get that bell out, like you said, they won't be able to raise any alarm.
They'll shout.
They may do. Would you rather have him dead in the morning?
Maybe it's worth you going and getting Mormont and Gray. And I'll stay here in the cell. And then we can split them. If you get the one at the door and you like alpha strike him, and then one of them comes in to check what's going on in the cell, and I can take him out.
Okay, I'll be back with Mormont then. Please keep Adbro. Keep him sane. He sounds crazy right now.
You can attempt to lockpick at disadvantage if you don't have a kit or proficiency. Like, it's just disadvantage.
And if I fail massively, there's a chance I'll make noise.
Or jam the damn lock.
Oh, that would be worse.
Also true.
Yeah.
Depends how desperate you are.
Because as soon as the front door is locked, and then the cell doors are locked. And then there's...
You haven't checked the front door, so you wouldn't know, but the cells are definitely locked.
Yeah, and there's like 8 cells. So that's a lot of things I have to lock. Because I wouldn't just be... If we're getting Adra out, they're going to take revenge on the rest of the people in here. And we've promised them to come out now. And I've given my word. So...
How far away am I from Mormont at the moment? Just an estimate.
5-6 seconds to get there if you're at a good clip.
Oh,
he's across the street.
Distance
in
ascending, I think, is the question.
Less than 120. That's less than 120. I gotcha. Yeah. It passes through walls.
As long as I know where he is, I can cast at that spot. And if he's there, then he can hear me. So I'm going to tell Mormont what's up very quietly.
Okay.
Mormont, Dax is staying in the prison. I'm coming back to you. We're going to try to pick up Gray, and we need to hit the prison tonight. We have a basic idea of what we're doing, but we're going to have to figure out a plan quickly because they're going to hang Adbro in the morning.
Adavi,
you hear me?
Can you talk to Mormont right now?
I push my hand towards Dax.
Okay. Get Mormont to go get Gray. Get them to position themselves nearby on the cart. And at the signal, you can, in your disguise, go up to the guy at the front and be like, "Oh ho ho, my good man," and then, I don't know, something, and I'll make the distraction inside to get one of them inside.
I give him the thumbs up, and I relay as much as I can to Mormont. Mormont, go get Gray right now, whatever it takes. Go to Temple.
Oi! Calvinus says over his shoulder, "They're coming back! They're coming back!"
When I'm coming back,
in here, is there like some bedding and some like hay and stuff on the ground to like absorb just the random crap that happens in these places?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In which case, I'm gonna roll under some bedding and some crap, and I'm gonna get covered in the filthy like muck that's on the floor. But I, as a small body, can probably hide there. And I'll be like, guys,
stealth check, please.
Give me cover. We're breaking out tonight by the look of it.
Mormont, are you going to respond at all? Because I have no idea whether or not we made contact.
14.
Okay.
Mormont?
Mormont, you're muted.
I was muted, god damn it, I was answering you the whole time. You can't see my mouth moving because I got a beard on. I knew this was going to happen. Yeah, everything you said I answered, yeah, I'm on my way, I'll go get Gray. And I got in the cart and set off to the temple.
That is hilarious.
As you go away, the guards look across the street, and they see the cart.
We're 2 streets away with the cart.
Oh, I thought you were... Never mind, 2 streets away. Never mind, redacted.
Definitely, the point was to have like 2 buffers of line of sight, so there were no way they could see.
So if they're coming back, can I find a place to hide by this barrel by the window?
Yeah, you can get low over there. And as you say that, the first guard actually begins to unlock the door and walks in to check the cells. And right as he comes around the corner, we'll find out in the next episode what happens. That was Roll for It DnD. Jack's hiding underneath a pile of offal and hay, hoping that he doesn't get seen. He's small, so he's got a pretty good chance at it.
And it's dark.
Guards aren't particularly perceptive. In fact, I'm going to roll what happens right now so that I know for next week.
Oh, screw you. Screw you, Splat.
Dun.
Okay. I know what happens next week, but
I hate you. I hate you
thank
so
you
much.
for coming, everybody. Be sure to check out the Patreon. We do this twice a week. On Sunday, we will be back, and we will have Maggie from over at Lost Initiative playing some Shadowrun with us. As I understand it, she's going to be our new Decker. Decker! Or something. I don't know. I'm not sure
She's
yet.
ideas. She likes the idea of Decker, but she's spitballing ideas. So,
Dale.
say-
Thanks for stopping on in. We'll be seeing you next week, obviously. Derek's going to be hanging out for a couple of months, actually, as far as I understand it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Sounds great. Yeah, I'm super excited about it too. I mean, like, it was one of those things where at the tail end here, I'm like, oh, they got to do all this stuff without me. But at the same time, I'm like, I roll -1 stealth with disadvantage. I'm like, great, you guys, you get it. I'll hang back.
You're
Awesome.
never coming on these stealth runs again.
I'm catching these Z's right now. You're gonna come and you're gonna pull the back up, and I'll take care of stuff. It's okay. Oh, you can't open the door. Done.
Yeah, you rolled brilliantly too, because frankly, the rest of the group had no way to get inside the church without Grigor being suspicious. Like, they were not supposed to be there, and you used your background, you used who your character is perfectly, and so you got a couple pieces of evidence right there too that your section was shorter, but it was equally as important.
This sounds like after show material.
Yeah. So absolutely. If you want to see the after shows, that is one of the Patreon backers rewards that we have at the $5 tier, so you can check that on out. We hope you enjoyed the show here today. Thank you to everybody that dropped some bits on in the cup and spent the whole day blowing that thing up. We really do appreciate it. Special thanks to Daleric for stopping on by. And Daleric, where can we find you? Where are you from? What do you do?
Well, you can always find me on Twitter at Daleric, which you can see my name somewhere around here. And you can always find me over at Lost Initiative. That's twitch.tv/Lost Initiative. And we are another D&D show. We actually do D&D on Wednesday nights, 9 p.m. For 4 hours Eastern Time. It's 5E. And then we do... what is it? Fantasy Flight Games Star Wars. That's Edge of the Empire on Thursday, same time, 9 p.m. Eastern. So lots of fun.
Very cool stuff. Enter Elysium. Where can we find you and what are you up to?
Actually, quickly. Also, if everyone wants to tweet out our show and stuff or post it on whatever subreddits are applicable, please do that. We're totally down for the promotion and stuff, whatever. If you want to just share it with your friends, etc. That's one of the biggest things. Especially people are like, oh, I really would support you, but I don't have money. It's but it's cool. We value everyone. If you just want to let other people know, convert them to our cause. Indoctrinate them. That's good too.
Chain them to a fucking chair and duct tape their eyes open every time we go live.
That's more sort of a last resort, but if you need to, I'm not
Hold
saying
them at
don't.
knife point and force them to enjoy it. I'm gonna get sued now. I know it. They're gonna be like, well, Splattercat said.
Some of that's qualified as torture.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm Enter Elysium. You can catch me over at youtube.com/Enter Elysium and twitch.tv/Enter Elysium and twitter.com/Enter Elysium. You've got the spiel by now. YouTube, I'm currently playing loads of stuff like Crusader Kings, Avorion, and a couple other things. Go totally check it out. And yeah, but Shen, who are you? What are you doing? Where are you?
Well, hi, my name's Shen. I play 8 hours a day on twitch.tv/Enter, and you can find some stuff on youtube.com/Enter too, although I haven't been putting much stuff up there lately. Lately, I've been playing Mass Effect and getting preparation for Andromeda coming out. I'm super excited for that story, although some of the initial animations that are coming out look hilariously
also, the
bad.
story is awful. The story is awful.
I don't care. Go fuck yourself. I'm gonna enjoy it, and if I hate it, then I hate it, but I'm gonna try to enjoy it. Yesterday had a full day of Crusader Kings 2, which is the first time I played it in about a year. So it's been a while, and I had to get all the new DLC and get all that shit turned on. And I wound up eating, I think, 16 people. Oh man, you can eat people now. You can be a cannibal, and it's interesting.
What, really?
You go out carousing. You take people let's go drink. Blah, blah, blah. It's oh, the guy you went out carousing with, he passed out. And oh boy, that thigh!
Jesus.
Look at the light just strikes it at a certain way, and because he's been drinking and sweating a little bit, he's like glistening all over. It's
Yeah, like in my
I'll have a
latest video
bite.
with Crusader Kings, I went out with a friend just to spread the word of Satan, and I came across a lovely family, and I was like, you know what I'll do? I will let the father die last, and my friend will carve his wife's face off, wear it, and kiss him. And also, he was doing that while I was rending baby fat for a flying potion. I was like, wow, this got really dark. Wow.
What game is this?
Crusader Kings, if you go for the Satanist stuff, like, this is a Satanist event.
They've added some dark stuff. Also, if you're a cannibal, I found myself, because of all the disease, I had to keep closing the city gates. So keep all the disease out, right? When you close the city gates, you have like a food meter, and the food meter keeps going down every day that they just close.
Dude.
Because I'm a gluttonous cannibal, I wind up eating people in the closed gates. Like, well, shit! You shouldn't have tried to have food last night, Mary. I'm gonna eat you. It's like your wife or your advisors, your kids. It's like, you shouldn't have been sneaking around my pantry. It's your food now. It's fantastic. But yeah, that and so Crusader Kings, Mass Effect, RimWorld, Oxygen not included, just a whole bunch of fun stuff. Check it out sometime. What about Senor Bentham down there?
Hello. Well, I'm not Mormon at all. Oh crap. Yeah, I'm a human in disguise. I had you all fooled. Taking that off.
No, you're a beard-wearing human.
Yep, negative karma. Negative. He gets bonus karma.
So much fake beard hair swallowed and inhaled. Oh god. So yeah, I am Mangled Pork, and usually I make YouTube videos, though I haven't for like the past week because I'm at university, and that sometimes means I have no time for anything. But now I do have time again, so
Week 10
maybe
finished.
there'll be some videos. And and if there are videos, then there'll probably be a Factorio and also production line. And at some point, I actually need to make some videos on Rodina again, because I've just sort of stopped, even though it's an amazing game.
Isn't it Rodina?
Rodina?
There are many pronunciations, and all of them are right.
Fair enough.
Or wrong, depending on who you ask. Well, that's pretty much it for me. What about Splat?
Right now on YouTube, I'm still recovering from PAX, and I have no idea what I'm going to do. This weekend, I'm starting up with a new series on Battle Brothers because their 1.0 patch is coming out pretty soon. And, I mean, it's turn-based Mountain Blade. If you like Mountain Blade, but you want it to be turn-based, that's what that game is, like 100%. And so I really, really like it. Aside from that, I'll be finishing off Styx this weekend. We'll be finishing our first look at that. Ghost Recon, we'll be finishing off our first look at that as well. And I'll be replacing that more than likely with some Kingdoms and Castles, maybe a little bit of Flint Hook, because I lucked out when I was at PAX. I had a little meeting with the developer, and you can't really get the game yet, but he gave it to me on a flash drive when I was having a conversation with him. So we're going to be checking out Flint Hook, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun. But that's pretty much it for me right now. We are rebranding at the moment over at the Nerd Castle, but that's youtube.com/splattercatgaming, and you can find us all there. I think that's the full rotation. Once again, Dale Rick, thank you very much for coming out and showing up. Gray was a character who was tremendously helpful to the team today. I had a whole thing written for like them having to get into the temple because they weren't supposed to be there, and you were just like, "Nah, I got this."
Walk
Done.
right in,
Got
open
the
the
keys.
door. Yeah.
I'm looking
Supposed
forward
to
to
be
seeing
here.
what kind
I
of stuff
mean-
you bring out next week in a fight, though.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. Because I'm bringing the pally, okay? I'm bringing the pally right here.
Very nice. We
God.
will see you all next week, or actually, we'll see you on Sunday, where we will have Maggie from over at Lost Initiative playing some Shadowrun with us, and then back again Friday with Dale Rick again. And so a little bit of a lineup change, but it's going to be a lot of fun. We're all really looking forward to it.
I'm
Thanks
interested about Sunday because you're going into an apartment taking on some Spec Ops guys. It's gonna be interesting.
I'm just curious how you're going to introduce Maggie's character to this. I mean, if she's going to be playing what I think she's going to be playing, and then you have to introduce her during this, like, I'm curious to see. I might chime in and just like totally troll on Maggie. It's going to be lots of fun.
How much rating 6 explosive would I need to knock down the entire apartment building?
Rating 6? Why rating 6?
And can it be fit in pizza boxes?
Rating 12 then.
Jesus.
I don't know. I don't know how
You can
restrictive it is.
I
I
think
haven't
you
looked
get
at the
rating
rating.
12 is like rating 12 like availability, and you get it in foam canisters, which is my favorite because you just pretend it's whipped cream. Like you
Well, then
just
there
change
you
the
go.
thing.
So now we got to get the plans for the building, and we just put that on the support structure and just whack.
Honestly, if you put it in the
done.
right places on a building, like you actually go to the support structures and then you drill little holes and put it in the holes, you probably don't need like 4 canisters if you do it strategically. Probably like 8 to make sure. Like, it's not that hard to knock down a building if you have full access to it.
How much Lone Star heat does that bring down, though, if you knock down an apartment building
Like,
full of
a
people?
lot.
It's got to be ugly.
I honestly don't think we should be doing that. Just, top of my head, let's not.
It's always an
That's
option.
though.
We could just
Yeah. Plan
we could
C.
hire a gunship to just strafe the top floor and just chop them all into little minigun bits. I mean, we could do all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
But yeah,
I
you'll
would
find out
like
on
a-
Sunday how
I
bad
would
they
like
were
a
gonna
different
fuck
Shadowrun party then.
It's okay. The rest of them will be dead. They need to make new characters. You just be like, I sit this one out, guys. Yeah, that's going to be fun.
We'll see y'all later. Those of you that are Patreon backers, stay tuned. We'll have the after show up for you very, very shortly. All right. Bye-bye, everybody.